Hello everyone, I'm JustHearMeowt. Welcome to my channel. Kouri Richins trial day 8 is done and we did all the text today. And after seeing my stupid face on that stupid thumbnail gimmick that I said I was going to do as a joke, join me now as we're going to read through them all. Read live on air between Kouri and her lover. Plus hit some of the other highlights of the day. Mostly defense counsel stupidity. But with that said, for those of you just joining us for the first time, this is a commentary channel, so it's not going to be just me giving you the easy answers on what happened. I am going to talk about them with my guests. For those of you who don't know who Kouri Richins is, she's the woman who killed her husband in 2022 with an overdose of fentanyl. But this was after stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from him, believing that she would get millions more upon his death. Problem was, he had to die while they were still married, so time was of the essence. And she was cheating on him, committing bank fraud, all the classics. And if you like what you see, I suggest you go ahead and check out the playlist in the description of this video. We cover all the greats: Diane Downs, Sarah Boone, Lauren Armstrong, Kouri Richins trial, Brian Walsh, which was a snoozer, Robert Tellis, and the list continues to grow. And if you like what you see, make sure you go ahead and subscribe. Hello to everyone in the live chat, and hello to the replay crew. Please hit the like button so we can avoid all unnecessary issues and I can continue to feed my pets. All right, that said, let's go. Hello! How is everyone doing this evening? Yeah, I finally did it. I caved like a sucker and I made that thumbnail. What did everyone think of it? I don't know if I can find it again. That'd be nice if I could. Anywho, we are going to do the text. We're going to do day 8. I want to start with the text though, because that's what most people couldn't see if they were just listening because they don't read them out loud in court. Yeah, this one. I think I took like 10 of them, but I couldn't see because I had to look at the camera. It ended up the first one was the one. Anyway, it was a good day in court. I think there are some good moments from the other portion, which we will listen to afterwards. So basically, I can read the text and then we'll go through direct and cross on text. And then I want to hit the stupid disagreement where the defense asked for another mistrial, and then some of the estate planner sections. So here we go. Everyone's ready. Let's see if I can put this up here.
I just walk.
So I've got the video and then I've got myself paused. I've got the thumbnail paused when I need to read the text, but let's see if I can make this bigger.
You're down with the jury, please.
Okay. Oops. Got to hit save here. Save. Pause. Now I got to move myself. Down here, or like this. Yeah, about just like that. No, that's not going to work. Let's make this screen less big, and I could just make my screen bigger. All right. Excellent start here, right? It's big. So this is... What the hell? This is not part 1. Oh, God. Not this again. 1 second. I've got it all selected so that there'd be paused screens and there should be dates. Okay, I guess this should be 11/29. I guess I didn't pause these. Oh well, okay. You still do it. When I don't, well, no, this is from him, right? Okay, so. All right. When I don't get much from you, I figure it's because you're doing things that I know you would like and would hurt me. I wouldn't like and would hurt me. It is draining to love you and pretend to be an idiot. I don't want to avoid things with people I love, thoughts or problems. I want to communicate until we know each other's better and solve stuff together. Together, not by myself, for each other. Like and love you today. I live too much through this phone, though. I'm tired, babe. This is 12:18. Where's the... Oh, no, that's where it starts, 12:18. Wait a minute. Okay, just pause it on the first ones, I guess. This is from 12:18. Sorry, because I jumped back in time. I tell you some of what was on. I tell you some of what was on my mind today, tomorrow. These texts are also very Lauren-like, I will say. Okay, now this is her in blue. What do you want to know that I'm not telling you or quiet about? I want to know everything about you. It's part of being in love. Not tonight, though. I don't want any info tonight. We're good. Something specific spiked this, though. There's something you want to know that I didn't tell you. Can you tell me what it is? What it was? I know you're busy, tired, sore fingers, not wanting to text me because a call would be better or in person, but I will be up all night wondering, babe, worrying, feeling horrible. I would really appreciate you telling me, but if not, that's okay. Not tonight. Can't text it. This texting shit sucks. Several things. If you lived one day with my phone, you would get it. Not mad at you, know that. Know that! It's this faux. These cuts. Too time consuming. I have 2 hours of driving soon. I have to get off this job. It's draining to love you. Quote. My heart is burning with sadness to have to read that, I believe. Like it popped out of my chest and someone is stomping on it. I'm sorry, I'm draining to love. I knew this would come one day. Just was hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, laughing and joking, venting and being overly happy with news I got today. The sense of never feeling judged with you and just so comfortable around you. I don't have that in my marriage. And I really enjoy my relationship and love for you. But you're right. We both know this love trial. I feel like there's a little Nathan Lane coming out of here from like the birdcage. But you're right. We both know this love triangle can't go on forever. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I can't expect you to sit around for the day the trigger gets pulled because who knows when that's going to be. I tried and failed. I can't expect you to sit at home and wonder what I'm doing or my home life or when I might call or you next or to see you. That is so beyond selfish of me. You're right. Pause. Screen 2. I'm sorry. I didn't see it until then. What a damn selfish person I am. How could I think someone like you would be okay with this for the rest of forever until I pull my head out of my ass? How's selfish not to step away and let you just live your life without the constant wonder? quote, your love is draining, end quote. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me to be okay with that? That mental and physical stress on you. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. I'm sorry you have to work so late. I shouldn't have kept you so late this morning. Again, selfish. Wow, I am just so sorry. I'm just realizing this. I feel like an idiot. Don't text back. No words needed. Finish up work and get some rest. We can talk later. Good night. Couple things in that text there, though. She describes love triangle, then later is like, where's this coming out of left field? Love triangle is three people in love with each other. You know, you're having an affair, lady. Don't try and romanticize it. And then the day the trigger gets pulled, thankfully she didn't shoot him. Love triangle? What do you mean by that? I don't get it. Well, I'm married, and you, me, / our relationship. There's only two people in those verbs there. You, me, and our is just two people. I don't know what else to call it. I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. I could talk to you right now. We could be great. Not a fair shot. Yeah, see, he says so many Lauren-type phrases. Instead, it's going to be misinterpreted text once again. Instead, it's going to be, let's end this sooner. I meant what I said yesterday. I always love you, handsome. If it's okay, can we talk tomorrow? I want to go to sleep as happy as I was when I woke up with you this morning. I won't misinterpret anything, or I hope I don't, until I talk to you about it more. I'm sorry, babe. It's draining to love you. You threw away the last half of that sentence. You threw the last half of that sentence away? You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it, then used your new sentence as an epiphany and as a reason to profess your love triangle of Eric and end it sooner with me. That's what I gathered from that. Chopped liver over here. Must be some image. Oh, no, he sent the male symbol back because she had put the female symbol. What is with these two? You goofball. I threw the last half of the sentence off because it's almost as bad as the first. Quote, pretend to be an idiot, end quote. I look at that as, quote, are we ever going to address the elephant in the room and recognize what is really going on here? The bigger picture, end quote. Profess my love for Eric. What? That's not what I'm saying either. You took love triangle and changed it around. No, he really didn't. You took love triangle and changed it around to, quote, professing my love for Eric, end quote, when that's not at all what I was doing. I'm telling you, I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. That's three people. No, that's not a love triangle then. You're just having an affair, you bag of rocks. Want to make a circle with three people? What? You just didn't the exact thing I did. Assumed and misinterpreted a text. Did the exact. If you think you love me now, then ending it sooner will be good for one reason only. Because if you don't, you're going to fall in love with me in ways you never thought you could. That is a guarantee. Speaking of guarantee, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. I was not stated as such prior, so it doesn't count. But I did it on purpose. You will never be chopped liver to me. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person I really am. That's the only epiphany I had. Sorry. The day you yelled at me on the phone, you had said I was selfish. And I was so offended by that. And now I understand why you said that and why I felt so mad. Because it's true. You're right. If we don't end things, I would fall deeper and more in love with you than I already am. Which is going to be even harder. Okay, I'll take it. Doesn't count. Guarantee for the 3rd? Maybe that will be more of a date to remember than just celebrating Christmas and a guarantee. I know your finger shirt. I know you're working hard. I can try and get away tomorrow for a phone call. I think we're going to need it. So I don't know what they're talking about, this guarantee in here. We don't ever really specifically find out. Could the guarantee be, I promise to be single by X date? That kind of guarantee. I promise I'm going to get a divorce. That kind of guarantee, right? If you're going to be mad at me, you need to come see me and do it in person. If you're going to say goodbye forever, that's so long. We're standing on the edge of goodbye. If you're going to say goodbye forever because that's what you want, do it in person. Or better yet, just love me. Love me like you have no choice in the matter. I want to be my best for you. I want us to be ourselves for each other. I love our love. I love you. Do you believe that we could be great together for each other? What did you mean by more of a date to remember? I think we get some reaction now. So this guy, I mean, I'm doing my, version of his accent, right? I'm not mocking the dude for this, right? Because he's obviously having a tough time up here. I'm just trying to do a Southern accent. I'm not mad about anything. I promise. Oh, so this is Kouri again. I'm not mad about anything. I promise. Saying goodbye, we promised to do in person, and we both know it was coming and happening the day it happens. It's not what I want to do, but it's also not fair for you in any way possible because I want you, but can't break up my family. It's having your cake and eating it too. No, it's not. You want your cake. You want to have your cake and eat it too, but you can't. I do just want to love you. I do love you. I love our love too. It's my favorite. Do I think we could be great together? Yes, of course I do. You were one of my best friends, babe. No, ma'am. I thought you were getting a divorce. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then I talked to a divorce attorney, and that ain't going to go well for me. That's what I'm saying. What if it's in a year? You're just supposed to sit around and wait for me? No. And I would never ask you to. Take me back to 7 a.m., please. Ugh. Of course I'd wait a year. If you're coming over on the 3rd to say goodbye to me, you're not invited. I'll take it back to 7 a.m. every morning or 9 at night every night. I'll just take 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day. with multiple phone calls and visits in between. I'll see if I can find a tree and put in... Oh, sorry. I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in Little Mill Creek tomorrow. If there's a particular one you want me to get, send me the info. No, sweets. You do you tomorrow. Take the day and just relax. Storage unit stuff. Panda walk. Don't worry about it. I really appreciate it, though. Hey. That is doing me. That's what I'm gonna do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might want to participate. Hey. You're the best. The thought of not talking to you and listening to your silly jokes sounds awful in a million ways. I love you. Good night, quote, pee in my pod. These two are idiots. In terms of the, like, he's super sappy, but she's just an idiot as well. I love you. Oh, he's going to do this stupid Kouri spell that. K's for kind. O, outgoing. U, unique. R, romantic. I, inches away from singing her. Not singing. Inches away from signing her divorce papers and falling madly in love with her soulmate. That sounds like they're discussing divorce a lot. Good night, Lima Bean. Too late. I have already fallen. Night.
We're going to go back in time to November the 29th, 2021. Scott, can I get 2-12 Delta?
Her lips are drying out. Yeah, you see that little crack there?
Scroll that through that for Mr. Grossman and counsel, please.
L is for the way you look at me. So we're going back in time. This is 3 weeks earlier, November 29th, 2021. They are not still a thing. Crocheting bat. Sadly.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins on November the 29th, 2021?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I guess I should have covered that at the beginning. So for those who don't know who this is her handyman that she's banging. And then it turns out she's not even really paying him. She's letting him stay at this place for free. She gives him a little wham money, bought him a truck. But I'm sure it's much cheaper than paying minimum wage to anyone else. Probably even cheaper than day laborers. But he moved out to Utah from South Carolina because he was already in love with her. And I don't understand what the history is she has with South Carolina. But one other thing is he's ex-military. So also, the walk the dog thing could come from him.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12.
Okay, polynomial purebred has... Yeah, but he's not trying to introduce Mr. P to a child, so he isn't really comparable. No, I'm not saying that he's the same type of person. I'm saying the language is very Lorne-like. Between the two of them, even. Like, in the terms of their syrupy little bullshit.
D is admitted.
And Your Honor, publish it, please.
All right. Just be straight, babe. You know I want to know. That's why I asked. I can't guess or decipher anymore. My head hurts. Get some rest. I don't want you to use your head anymore. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. I'll call you tomorrow. Was this day after Thanksgiving? Somebody look this up. Thanksgiving 2021. No, this would have been, so that was the 25th, so this is 26th, 27th. This is Sunday. The Sunday after Thanksgiving, the end of the 4-day weekend. And just everyone, I can't see the chat and read at the same time, and plus I can only see half the screen with this wig on, so don't be offended if I'm not seeing your comments. Maybe it's a tiny deal. Oops. Oh, yeah. Maybe it's a tiny deal, but you could still tell me so I'm not made to sit here and wonder. That's not fun. Oh, I love this text. This reveals their stupidity. When I was little, I grew up scrubbing. When I was little, I grew up scrubbing other people's toilets in Park City at, quote, rich people's houses after school. Christmas breaks all summer. I worked for my aunt's company. I was just always looked down upon because you're literally the person cleaning toilets. I always said to myself and my aunt, quote, one day I'll own properties in Park City like all these rich, snotty people, and I will never be like them. Yeah, successful. Loser. 1 second, I dropped this. So we now understand where this obsession with this stupid realty company comes from. Tomorrow, I close on 3 This is November. She's already cut off from all lending functions at this point, right? And since it's the end of 2021, this is probably the last 3. So this would be number 13, 14, 15 for the year. Tomorrow, I close on 3 properties, all in the same day. 2 being in Park City. That's a huge deal to me. Biggest accomplishment to date. Career-wise, it's never been about the money.
Well, that's because you're an idiot.
Anyone can craft their financial destruction through buying properties you can't afford on hard money loans with no ability to turn them around, and you're selling them at a loss based on your improvements. It's never been about the money. It's about being able to say, I too have properties in Park City, and you're not better than anyone the way you treat people, and I can prove it. I bet that's what she was stewing about, sitting in jail, thinking about how it's going to say, like, for foreclosure on all her. She put out those fancy Kouri Richins signs, or Kouri Richins realty signs with her stupid pictures. She probably got them on a couple golf course park benches, right? bus stops. Tomorrow is a really big deal for me, self-accomplishment wise. You didn't accomplish anything, lady. Just sit and reflect and be thankful. So I just wanted to sit for a minute and celebrate with someone and have a drink. No one really cares about the Park City properties. They won't mean anything to anyone, and that's okay. I like the secret part of and don't like people knowing my business. But tomorrow for me is big, a big day for me. So that's all. I just wanted to see if you could find an hour where we're both free to just toast to new beginnings of life and celebrate. That's all. What a crock of this letter is. Lady, you started out saying how you felt, you basically have a chip on your shoulder because you cleaned some toilets. Probably the last time you actually made money doing something. Nah, she worked at Lowe's. Or Home Depot. But one day I'll own properties and I'll never be like them. And then she says, it's never been about money. It's about being able to say, I too have properties in Park City, and you're not better than anyone the way you treat people, and I can prove it. That sounds like you want to rub it in people's faces. Right? No one really knows about the Park City property. Well, then how are you rubbing in their faces? What? They won't mean anything to anyone. What is your goal here? Hope you have a great night. Good night. Thank you. That's not silly, babe. Not telling me would have been silly. Very, very, a smiley face, very, very happy for you. Of course I'm going to celebrate with you. Sleep great. Keep me posted. I love you. And then he sends this little you and me image at the bottom here. You just see a little blow up. Oh.
Thank you, Scott. Scott, can I get 2-18 Delta, please? Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a January 9th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't, I don't know that that's, can you scroll back up to that one?
Yes.
That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, but.
So the other thing I want to say as we're going through these, right? He makes it clear later that he has not looked at these recently, right? He asked for copies of his text for the year, and they gave him like all of them, so he couldn't go through them. So there's no way he read through them all. Why would he want to, right? But now he's reading these ones that have been laid out by the prosecution to very clearly show the breadcrumbs of how we're going through this, the storyline of it leading up to something, right? And so he's got to be thinking, oh my God, how did I miss this, right? Because he doesn't remember him off the top of his head. I mean, hopefully that makes sense to people. But see, keep going.
Or it doesn't seem like a word I recall.
Other than that word, does it appear to be an accurate depiction?
Oh,
You could not get through a phone call without saying that word to me.
okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-18D into evidence.
No mascara, because I don't really see, that's not part of her like outrageous look, right? That's part more of a Diane Downs thing. Random question. Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed, drug-wise? So now we're to January 9th. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah, pretty random. We already had this talk. No, we haven't. Ha! I would have remembered. I'm just curious. No, I don't believe Robert Grossman is stupid, by the way. I don't know. It's me. Yes, we have. More than once, too. The first time was at Chili's. Like, Ronnie is stupid. I mean, Ronnie is an idiot. Me, you, and Ronnie. Like, I think he legitimately believes Kouri's guilty, and it's just this shock of, no, I don't think he's immediately stupid. That's why I clarified. I'm doing this voice, but it's not meant to sound stupid. I just don't really have a good one. The first time was at Chili's. Me, you, and Ronnie. Huh? Well, what did you say? Yes, I've done other things. Not all of them. Not often. Every swinging vagina was great. This was perfect. You don't need it to be on the text. Plus, the defense had been getting stuff in all day. That made it look damning. And you? It's not a big deal. I was just wondering. I'm starting the new series Dope Sick tonight that just came out a few months ago. That's what made me wonder. When was the last time? Nope, not me. She's thinking she can get drugs from him, right? Because I think this is before she hits up Carmen. But she's going around asking him about drugs, hitting up Carmen about drugs. This doesn't look good. I don't recall. Are you sure? Prescriptions count. Like years ago? Like years ago? Ha! Nope. Well, if prescriptions count when I had Weston, then when I had Weston. Oh, I guess that's her kid's name. I don't recall. It isn't an answer. Why is it going to pass my thing? I don't recall isn't an answer. Ha ha! How could you not remember? I have a cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but not my thing. Years ago, cabinet full and not my thing isn't an answer. What's for dinner? How is that not an answer? I answered perfectly. Haha. No prescription since I had Weston. And even then I would take them, so I wouldn't take them, so I stored them in my cabinet. Just pain pills. They are still there. Ha! Pills and drugs are not my thing. So far, lady, besides Eric and his gummies, you were the only person actively going around and buying drugs more than anyone else in this story. If prescriptions count, then years ago for drugs and prescriptions for you? Steak, mashed potatoes, mashed mixed vegetables, you? No, my VA prescription. Feel like I took someone else's at some point. Just can't remember who or what. Too much alcohol first. Not sure. Looking for ideas. Had Mickey D's earlier. Sure, yours sounds good. Grill, boil, bake. Sure would like to see you be with you in the kitchen. No, wait, on. You don't wait. Wait. Okay. Everyone calm down a sec. Because you are falling for the same trap the defense is doing. The prosecution is not going to ask questions that they don't know the answers to. So if they talked to him, they probably asked him and he said, I don't know. Or no, not that I know of. So you don't want to ask that question. Mallory Beaver said, I wish the prosecutor would have asked on redirect if he knew that Kouri was buying drugs on the street, since the defense asked if he knew that Eric had an affair. Really mad they didn't ask him that. Well, the affair thing isn't going to matter because nobody else, if you keep asking about an affair without evidence coming in, it's always going to be Kouri telling people it's an affair, and it doesn't even help their case. That gives them another reason, that gives Kouri another reason to want to kill Eric. So the prosecution knows what it's doing, defense does not.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a February the 14th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-27D into evidence and to publish.
No objection.
227D is admitted. One moment. There you are.
Did I miss one? No. Good morning. Oops. This didn't stop. Good morning. This is Valentine's Day. After she's poisoned her husband. Good morning. I'll call you when I'm going to head down. Carpooling now. Then have to run home and make some, we've seen these ones before. And make quick finger food for Carter's Valentine's Day class party. Drop off at school, and then I'll hit the road, probably 9:40. Cool. Leaving the school / commas. Headed that way. Liked headed that way. Yeah. Rob the Pro is exactly right. The prosecution asks questions relevant to what they need to prove. They have no business asking questions that satisfy the curiosity of the public. And the more you ask questions about, unless he does know about her buying it, asking people, did you know she bought it? They're like, no. Then it makes it seem more like an ambiguous could be, couldn't be thing. Hour-long ride. Yep. And she sends this photo of the route that we've seen. I love you. This is later in the evening. This is 6:30 when she's going back after her afternoon boogie session. I love you. Want to be one of my... Now, this is interesting. She sends this a couple times. I double-checked the timestamps. This is 6:30, 36 seconds. I love you. Want to be one of my Valentines? This is very Lorne. And one of. Don't say one of. I mean, we saw this yesterday. She sends, I love you. Again. She sends, again, I love you. Want to be one of my Valentines? Now, the reason he isn't answering these because he's writing a long-ass message. I love you. Again. I thought he was done on the witness stand. He was dismissed. I can take a no. That's okay. No, I mean, she seems like she's reeling him in as much as she can. Yeah, K-Dog begging for validation. That's exactly right. Oh, is this a poem? Ugh. My heart is smiling When those three words come from you, it's very unique. Different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Your love reminds me how much God loves me. Reminds me that I, my mom's son, am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. No, the three words he's saying is I love you. Not my heart is willing. That is 4 words, but he's referring to I love you. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of, well, at least he didn't misspell million. It would be funny if he said love in for a millio of, you name it. Whatever is next best. Darling, you better believe that I'll be one of your Valentines. Will you be my Valentine tonight? I can't stop going into Lauren. I was writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. I like to watch you text and hear you read aloud. I see beauty, intelligence, quick wit, cuteness, and authenticity. We'll go up here a sec. Oh, it skipped it for me. Seeing a white seeing a white tiger in a tropical forest instead of remembering one at the zoo. I want to know what his reaction or how this relationship would have continued on or progressed if he had known just what a financial quagmire she was in. Like at this point, she's already completely broke, annihilated. I love you most. Here's the route.
Scott, can I get 2-29D, please?
Well, no, okay. He's not really he acts in love like Lauren, but at least this person, at least Kouri's real, and he's had sex with her. Right? She's a real person. He's not sending this to. Lauren would send this to the scammer. He sends this to like the Nigerian scammers or something on the phone. He sends that kind of shit to them.
Look at this as they go through.
Okay. Sorry.
You go back to the beginning, Scott.
And I cut out some of the things that were longer in there. I just wasn't going to do it all.
No problem. Let's fix it. 1 second, Mr. Grossman. The witness has the document.
Sir, did you recognize that as a February the 15th accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into evidence.
No objection.
2-29D is admitted.
So the day after Valentine's Day, How does Harry know my name to correlate the conversation between Dave and who I am? I mean, I know you have talked about me, but I didn't think it would be anything worth remembering. Corey's worried about having to eliminate more witnesses. Harry owns 10 doors. We've spoken about real estate since we first met. Also, questions of who I know, where I live, and what brought me to Utah, etc. All connected to you, Corey. So I tried not to allude to it. He could probably tell that I was in love with you. Matt Strong, deal finding. 10 months worth of the daily grind. Then there was Sandy. He brought you up all the time. He cares about his business and about me. I am almost half of his workforce. The way I speak of you, eyes lit up, lively, proud, honestly, and deservingly praising when things are good. Not speaking and looking like I have a foot and a half in the grave when they're not. He would have had to bump his head mighty hard to forget you. Wait. Did you just say you're in love with me? Big difference in loving someone and being in love with someone. Do you need to correct that? No correction. No, ma'am. I am in love with you. I hope that's okay. I can't change it. For those of you just joining us, these are the romantic texts between Kouri Richins and her lover, Josh Grossman. No change. It doesn't change me or have to change us. Us. I am Lorne. I've been this way for a long time. Like, actually in love with me? Like, for real, for real? If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, would you? Yes. In love with Y-O-U. Of course I would. Now I figured out what voice I'm doing now. Do not seek the treasure. My brother right there. Do not seek the treasure. How strong are those meds you're on? Now, see, that's weird here. Like, what meds? She sends him something. Have a good day, babe. All right. Like I said before, this is the first time this guy is reading these texts since 4 years ago. He's got to be like, man, how did I not see it coming? And he probably feels some guilt. Like, wouldn't you? I would. Like, she better not have. Like, I was pressing her, right? We need to be together. Wouldn't you feel at least some guilt of like, what if she murdered him for me? Now, she obviously murdered him for the money, but there's got to be part of it, right?
Sorry.
Sir, is that an accurate
Yes.
depiction?
Yes.
February 19th text message.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-31D into evidence.
No objection.
2-31D is admitted.
And it's also hella embarrassing. Hey, can I give this Keller Williams chick your info? Now, this is an easy yes. Hey, can I give you a real estate agent info when you're in house flipping? Email only, please. Cow. Yes, everyone remember Meow. They just died of cringe. KW agents are hard to work with because their brokerage doesn't allow for them to decrease their commission. And we only want to pay 1%. But that would still totally, but would still totally chat with her. Oh my God. Ma'am, that 2% difference in closing costs is not what's sinking your business. But I guess she's right. You know, margin is important to her. Like at the very end, that's her last thought on it. Thank you for the energy and time you've put into this. I really appreciate you. Babe, babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day, not just sexually. That's super steamy. Damn it. I'll have to pick that up again soon. Not just sexually. But physically. Mentally, every day when I wake up, I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away. If he could just go away and you could be just, if he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to get the part over, but it's hard because it's reversed in the mirror. And like I said, this wig doesn't actually fit a human head. This is made for like a baby or something. But this is like a fur coat for a baby. It's so large and the cap is so small. This is from way earlier. Sorry, my phone died. Plus customer talk. 30 more seconds than I would have. I could have kept going and going. I erased short-term and long-term rentals. See, I wonder if he's talking about context here. Stager, Kouri M.A., and just ma, ma'am, teacher, coach, and hero to 3. Oh. No, this must be some advertising kind of thing. I think we see a screenshot of one of them. Speed reader, speed demon, organizer, host, planner. What? Can't read that. Oh. Boss. That's not how you spell boss. Center of every room, motivator, caretaker, philanthropist, philanderer, adulterist, chef, cleaning crew, teacher, and Boy Scout COO. You better believe I'm going to address your next text in a bit. Kouri will testify. Kouri has to testify. I've been saying that forever. Or else, what's the point? Like, I learned, or I looked it up. You can plead guilty in Utah. Why didn't you just plead guilty? What is the point of this? Unless she wants to testify, right? You are so sweet. Please don't repeat that to anyone. Haha. Why? Because you're married, Kouri? Moron.
You stupid bastard.
Haha. Just keep all those sweet words to yourself and let others believe whatever they would like to, quote, think about me. Thank you for giving her my information. I'll watch for an email. Oh, you care extremely what people think about you. You finish work and please address my latest text in a bit. I love you. I always appreciate your sweet, kind words. I hope you know. I think you're one incredible man. Not sure what I would do without you. You got the title teacher twice, but the first was everywhere but the schoolhouse to the boys. And the second was literally at the schoolhouse. What the hell's that? I don't get it. Is that some like weird sexual thing? Not because of the boys, but like, why to the boys? Poor guy. Oh, and whoa. What would you do without me? I just erased this because I knew I would send it to you in my next text. But I didn't know it will be this one. We're thinking alike. I love you, sweetheart. Some stupid gif. Oh, babe, there's nothing more I want than to be with you now. No matter what's going on, I love your company. I'm assuming he means socially, not her Hindenburg business. I know that a lot of the times we spend together has somewhat of a cloud hanging overhead. I really look forward to quality time with you that isn't rushed and doesn't have a goodbye lurking around the corner. I've been in the truck running errands, or I would have texted you 10 times by now. Wish we could talk. I feel like maybe you're having a rough day in some ways. Sure would like to hold on to you. Want to hold you. Want to kiss you. To do something to make you happier right now. To make your tomorrow better. I love you today and even more than I did yesterday. Promise with my heart. I'm a very lucky man. If you only knew how fortunate your love makes me feel. How valuable. Not to be taken for granted. Gotta get the last part here. What? Something like, I'd smother you with hugs and kisses right now. I don't know why this keeps getting in here. Oh, because he's got his head down. Wait, Jared, look down for my vape. Right. The sound shouldn't have been cut out from this. Although I did have to take this off the Law and Crime feed, which is a shitty volume level. Hey, I am. Are you? Damn this phone for not making noise. Yes, I just wanted to say I love you and good night. Thank you, gorgeous. I love you as well. And I know you're going to sleep so good. All right. Oh. Oh, my God. So this is obviously that Keller Williams agent. I'm going to forward. I forget, this is still, what's his name? Josh. I'm going to forward your information to Kouri Richins. She's a real estate investor, or she's a realtor, investor, flipper, GC, etc. Now let's see if those other labels would have been appropriate here. Where is it? The Keller Williams. I don't really care that much anymore. Maybe I do. Yeah. Short-term and long-term rentals, stager, Kouri, master. Oh, Kouri MA, meaning she has a master's. And just ma, ma'am, teacher, coach, and hero to three. Speed reader, speed demon, organizer, host, planner, boss, center of every room, motivator, caretaker, philanthropist, chef, cleaning crew, teacher, adulteress, and fornicator. Get back in.
Love with me. Do you need a minute or two?
I don't know what I need.
I don't know what I need. I wish he had said right now, he's subject. All right, so he gets up, he has to pause. Now we're back to, we're at the February 23rd. We're getting closer to the date. February 23rd. Hi, babe. I'm sure you had a great day. It sure was a cold one. Hopefully you dressed warm. Super sad I couldn't see you, but I understand work is busy sometimes. He's your employee. You're working him to death. I want to celebrate some semi-good news with you tonight. Maybe another time. I miss you. I hope I can see you next week. If there's anything I could do for you, please let me know. Yes, I had soup for dinner. Make it home okay? Why is he crying? I think it's guilt. Guilt because he hasn't read these. It's so obvious when you read them back knowing what happened, and I think he feels guilty he didn't see it coming to save Eric. Get it? We're starting over. Phone died. I had it 100% charged a couple times a day. I don't use it that much. Yes, it was quite the chilly day. It's a shame that I have to use my fingers and can't wear gloves. Sometimes the garages are colder than the driveways. I stopped for Domino's. I always want to celebrate with you. You have to tell me what happened. Before my phone died, my text was a series of questions. What time does the convoy roll out in the morning? Where will y'all stay? What is their most important? That's just bad sentence. What is their most important good accomplishment or news of the day? Ditto bad? Any random ideas or thoughts? Can you share something with me that any curious mind wants to know without me asking? I had a crazy dream. You quit your job. I divorced. There's the third mention of divorce in just the select text we've got. And come up with millions and millions. Oh, my God.
You stupid bastard.
We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day, just like I'm paying in interest. Like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we'll just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Deal? That's very Lorne. Leaving around 10 a.m., I think. First game is at 6:30. Staying at my father-in-law's house down there. Well, Carter and Weston would be. They didn't have any cavities at the dentist. Ashton's would be how he kicked someone's butt at practice today, I'm sure. You assaulted somebody? My random thought or idea is above. Share something with you. Like what I'm wearing? Like what am I wearing? Oh, Lauren. What kind of clothes you got on? What kind of PJs? When should we go to CA? I assume that's California. When are we going to see each other again? Or your curious mind could just ask me, silly Billy. Wow, that's some pretty powerful daydreaming. Not sure if you're saying that you had a dream while you were asleep or if you have a dream while you're awake. Okay. A dream is just a goal without a plan, right? I guess I could just say deal. I'm definitely digging some/all of that. Am I going to get to see the Midway Mansion in its current state? Asterisk. Is that what you wanted to celebrate with me? Does that mean that Ashton has cavities and the others didn't kick butt? I doubt it. Nope. I don't want to know what you're wearing or not wearing. I just know that I'm not there to see it or be it. So I don't approve. Yeah, I'd like to know when you're thinking of going to California. I'll probably have one rack at noon that day and might need to reschedule. I think he means a rack of beer. Love you, you know that? I've been thinking that dream for weeks. Not possible, but it's fun to dream. Maybe another property when timing is better. Sounds kind of amazing though, right? I would love to show you Midway. It's insane. Crazy, crazy place. That means, yes, Ashton had a cavity. Not sure on California yet. Her title work is a mess. I'm working through it. Who's she talking about? We extended closing until the 4th, but I don't see that happening. As soon as I figure some more things out, hopefully tomorrow, I'll have a better idea. Uh-oh. Harry's not going to approve any of you moving things around. Harry's not going to approve of you moving things around. What you going to do? I was just thinking of going one early morning and spending a night or two and coming back super quick. I know that I love you. Questionable on your love. Oh, this is too much. JK, I know you love me, babe. Why do you ask? I wasn't really asking as much as I was finding another way to tell you again. What were we going to celebrate today? Halloween, Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, the right way. One of your many acquisitions or sales? Did you already answer that question? What's going on here? You're so cute. Not that big of a deal. Really, huh? It's totally falling off. Really, huh? We can chat next week about it. Or whenever I see you again. That's the quote. Tell me even though I didn't ask of the day, end quote. But I understand your desire to wait for a moment. I just hope that you don't forget and that the right moment comes. Also, that we're not postponing getting to know each other better. All right. I'm sure this doesn't sound like they're going towards breakup. This is saying that they're going full forward, right? All right. I'm sure the little ones are there or really close. I'll let you do your thing. You're lucky I'm not in your space right now. You couldn't beat me off of you. Good night, sweetheart. You're so cute. Not a big deal. Adam didn't come through on the funding for Midway. Matt did, though. He's going to fund it for me. I just need to put down $300,000. But good news is, it's really getting funded. That's all. Boys are almost home. I wish you were here. I want you on me.
Son of a bitch. No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Good night, babe. Wow, that's great news. Good job, Core. I love your name, babe. Can you lean on private money for that? We'll talk about it whenever you want. Well, I'm super sad I didn't get to see you today. That I'm not your whatever you want right now. Looking forward to our time. Yeah, I don't really have a driving clip.
Scott, can we get 2-36D, please?
I mean, this could be the Midway Mansion too, right? They both have an affinity for just horrible properties.
Sir, do you recognize that as a accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-36D.
No objection.
2-36D is admitted.
Hey, cutie. Yeah, everything is good. My body just disagreed with my mind yesterday. Before I went to work, I sat down to eat that hush puppy thing, and that's all I recall until about 11 p.m. Sounds like the fire department experience was not a disappointment. Call me if you get a chance today. Hope your talk with Matt went good. Remember, this is the day before she's going to kill Eric. No worries. Just want to make sure you're all good. The fire department was so fun. The chief is like 65 or 70. It was so cute. Just got this text from Matt today. I could have cried. We'll definitely call you today. Picture of the text. Read the text. I just can't even believe this. I just want to celebrate with you. Well, Friday, when it's officially closed, recorded, and we're done. See, if this was the only text referring to Friday, you could probably say it's not necessarily pre-planning that she's going to murder him tomorrow, but it's not the only one. Love you, love you, love you. Thanks for always being my support. Shoulder and rock. What? I need you all the time. Some things I just could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. So this is from Matt Strong to Kouri about the Midway Mansion. Okay, cool. So this is how I propose on my end, with Burns now coming in with 400. Sierra West funding of 2.5 million, loan amount of 2.625 million. ATM Michael Burns. I think that's Lotto. Michael Burns. Right. Check my notes. Okay. It's Michael Thomas Kelly, so it's not Lotto, I guess. Michael Burns funding of 400,000, loan amount of 420. That will get you 100% financed on the purchase. Then you can decide if you want to use any of the other monies you've already raised for closing costs. She has no money. She's in the negative. Maybe you won't end up needing these folks. Yes, you will. It is insane that she's in financial Armageddon, free fall, a crater, and she is trying to close on this $3 million house the next day. She will be wiped out without an influx of cash. There's no way that the timing of Eric's death, which gives her that cash, is not pre-planned here. Please remember to hit that like button if you're enjoying this, and subscribe and check out our other material, because it's all like this, regardless of the subject. Let me see the super chats here. Sorry. Trying to find a cure, $1.99. This thumbnail is the best of the best. Mesmerizing. Yeah, for those who are new as well, this is not my normal I was mocking this type of thumbnail yesterday. Cover charge, $1.99 from every swinging vagina. Thank you very much. And Auntie Lisa just became a new member. Welcome. Membership started at $1. And there's actual material. You're not just supporting the channel, you're getting stuff in return.
Depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Miss Richins.
I do. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to remember every word in there, but I'm not saying it's not. These are our texts, period.
Thank you.
Whether I remember them all or not, but yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-38D.
No objection.
2-38D is admitted.
All right, so we're still in the second. This is continued from Kouri. I love you. Okay, thanks. I needed that. I bet the dentist is going to charge me more money in late fees than money I made today. Winner, winner. No time for lunch. No time for dinner. I'm an hour away. I just decided I'm not going today. Screw it. He can keep his late fee and give me the remainder of my $2,300 minus the filling. No. I don't think that was it at all. I get what you're saying, Caroline, on her title. I think he was worried. I don't know if he's ever testified or whatever, right? But he stresses later in the testimony that he believes the times are different than what he remembers. So what he doesn't want to do is get jammed up, being like, well, if I testify, yes, this is the right text, but it's a different time than I remember. I want to make sure to get that on the record. That's the only thing. It wasn't a sovereign citizen thing. First off, he has a license and a job, and he pays taxes. Okay, so he's already light years ahead there. And he said he understood. Sovereign citizen's not going to stand under anything. I'm no closer to knowledge of a... Oh, yeah, here we go. I'm no closer to knowing how wide your bathtub is. I mean, that's how I read it, Carolina. I mean, maybe he is a sovereign citizen, but he doesn't check any of the boxes. Right? I love you too. This phone is going to be the death of me, or is going to be the death of this phone, or it's going to be the death of this phone. Yeah, and he called the judge, Your Honor, and he was apologizing to the judge. Soft it say, My honor. And he wouldn't have come past the gate. Plus, he would have been talking about the Magna Carta and the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. I'm going to start this text over. I love you too. This phone is going to be the death of me, or it's going to be the death of this phone. So I'm turning off, and it's going to spend the night on my floorboard. Can't take it anymore. Have a great night. Bye. And Kouri sends she sends a photo, which we'll see here in a second. Ha! This is not as professional as something you would send me, but it's all I got. I'm sorry you're having such a bad/sad day. I know you miss Panda and working isn't going as you want. Tell me you're worth millions. To me, you're worth millions a year. Well, you don't value money, so that doesn't say much, Kouri. I'm honored to be your friend. Best friend, actually. Lover. Blech. Go to. Life is going to be different. I promise. You're one hell of a guy. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Look at that. Again, 2 references to Friday. She's going to kill him. He'll be dead Thursday morning. Give me a few days. Oh, that doesn't sound good either. Hang in there until then, please. Come on.
Well, that's because you're an idiot.
I hope you don't turn your phone off. I know you're sad, but I love you. Please be safe. I miss you. I wish you knew how much you make my heart smile if it could. If it could. Okay, well, then it doesn't. This language. Burst if it could. Love immensely. You are an incredibly smart and talented man, loving and caring soul. Most selfless person I have ever met. My babe, good night. Good night. And then so she sends this picture of her bathtub with her stupid little drawn on markings on the photo and saying what the inches are. Guess who else test run their bathtub? Lauren. And he wasn't saying he literally wanted to know the dimensions. He was making a sexual joke, you dumbass. I wonder how your mattress feels. And then she sends him like a review of like, oh, it's very soft. And this is the night before the poisoning. This March 2nd. She poisoned him the night of March 3rd.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 3rd and a March 4th?
Here we go. March 3rd.
2022 text exchange between you and Miss Richins?
Yes.
And some people think he's looking at Kouri. He could be equally as could be just as equal to looking at Eric's family.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-39D into evidence.
No objection.
2-39D is admitted.
Man, oh man.
I hope I get to see it. The bathtub meeting. So it's official now. Wait, so it's official now. I thought it already was. What do you think Ronnie is going to do? This is a very ambiguous statement. So it's official now might refer to the mansion, but then why does that connect to Ronnie? It would make more sense if so it's official now connected to a divorce. And then what is Ronnie going to do now that you're divorced? You know what I mean? I don't know. It could be anything. I don't know. The possibilities are so endless with that place. It would be a piece of cake to cover the mortgage.
Well, that's because you're an idiot.
I would never, ever worry about that. Of course you wouldn't. I would love to run that as a business. How amazing. Ma'am, the only thing you should be worried about running is from the law when you get caught for murder. Someone's going to kill it with that. Bad language. The night you kill your husband dies. Well, he has to be working on his resume tonight. So I don't know what's going on with Ronnie. Hey, sister, can you help me with my resume? Moron, Ronnie. Okay, this is a long one. Kind of giving you a hard time here, but I do so with love, affection, some honesty, and light heart and patient understanding. I promise. I will happily take any bit of time I get with you. But if we're going to celebrate, I want to celebrate. I don't want to keep the Mylar balloons in their packaging and scotch tape those sad/flat things to the ceiling and return them that afternoon. I want to blow them up with helium and watch them fly off into the sunset. And I'd really like before bedtime, and ideally right before bedtime. Whoops. And watch them fly off into the sunset. Oops. Sorry. And ideally, I have to do it again. And ideally, right before bedtime. And at sunrise as well. I don't want to keep the barcode stickers on the wine glasses. I don't understand this reference at all. I don't drink wine. But do wine glasses come with barcodes? When they're sold, it seems like, do they come with stickers on them? It seems like you would just buy them. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe these are the classy ones at the gas station. Or not pop the top on the bottle of champagne because you're going to be speeding without a seatbelt down a winding, already ran off a cliff there before, mountain road in just a bit. I don't want Interstellar to consist of 90% of our visit. So I don't think he's talking about the movie here, but even if it was the movie, that would be well worth 90% of the time. So I guess Interstellar is just going to be like a Bigger Pockets podcast as far as we're concerned. I want to be there when the news comes in. Seeing and hearing your reaction. Want to pounce on you with the hugs and kisses. The confetti and the music. To release the hidden mariachi band that has spent the entire day twisted together in the cabinet underneath the kitchen sink. Oh. Oh, Sophie Myers says Interstellar's code for intercourse. Got you. Well, then what is it? Like a Bigger Pockets podcast? What the hell is that? I don't know, whatever. One of your painters. Now, this is just racist. One of your painters, one of your landscapers, a drywaller, 2 people off a cleaning crew, 1 giant bass guitar with no frets. I mean, you're assuming these people all are they know how to play in a mariachi band? She said she was going to try and make it. A shoulder slung guitar that only has 5 strings, 2 trumpets, 1 violin, and a maraca in every pocket. Appetizers and apple ciders. I'm guessing that's supposed to be apple ciders. A special dinner and dessert. The intimate attention deserving of a super sexy cutie with the booty. Oh, yeah. She's my cherry pie, such a sweet surprise. Sweetheart, an absolute knockout of a rock star real estate investor and amusement park owner who is willing to let me have exclusive... who's willing to let me have exclusive tickets to after-hour rides. Yeah. Do you recognize that? Not bad for free, right? Just got to make it accept. I think this is a ring. Is that a ring? It looks like a ring. It's a ring. I don't know. Could be wrong. Like a ring in a box. I could be totally wrong. Just being funny, babe. Don't be mad. I percent understand and respect your schedule. There must have been a 100 with, emoji in there. And then we get the little kissy gif. Give me the kissy gif. Well, we don't get it yet. I'm not mad at you at all. Just haven't had a second to text. Give me a few. Love you. I'm busy putting fentanyl in Eric's drink because this is 8:36 p.m. This is right before she kills him. And it's the last text she sends before he's dead. Next day, 10:35 a.m. So she's already sent out the gifts, so she didn't send it to him. She sent them to her mom, maybe? Hey, babe. That's not her. Hey, babe. How are you feeling today? I'm proud of you. This is where it gets weird. Hour and a half later. Hey, what's going on with you? You good? No. This is at 2 p.m. So this is 2 hours later after he sent it. Eric passed away. I would at least expect to no, Eric is dead! Exclamation point. There's not even an exclamation point here. There's a period. Talk later. Something, I don't know. And then Josh Grossman was like, what? No words. Turning off phone. Eric passed away last night. Why would you turn off your phone? It seems like this would be the most urgent time to have your phone on because people are going to be calling you totally confused over the news. You're just going to send them to the voicemail? Turning off the phone. Everyone keeps blowing my phone. I don't really have an answer for them. No words either. Lost. nuts. I can't do this. Still no exclamation points. It's only been 4 hours since she sent her last text. Sorry, Kouri, but... And he says, I'm devastated. Well, you shouldn't really be devastated. You should be like, oh, that's terrible for him. But I mean, you should be happy because you want to be with her, and assuming she didn't kill him. I can't comprehend. I don't know what to say or do. I want you to be safe. You're everyone. What happened? Who were you with? 3 a.m. I called the ambulance. Been up since then. People / family / friends still here. They think an aneurysm.
Scott, can you bring up the GIF attached to that? So is that an accurate moving depiction of the GIF thumbnail that was attached?
It was attached to what?
The email we just looked at.
That seems like pretty... I mean, I don't know. Who sent that? Me?
We can go back to that. Scott, can you take us back to 2-39?
Yeah, you sent it, Josh. It doesn't look great, but...
Sir, can you see that?
I see that. Maybe I'm just mixed up on the times or dates or something.
Sure. If you bring up the GIF.
If I sent that after reading what I just read on here, then I was...
No. Sir, you sent it beforehand. The prosecution should have cleared this up for you because now they're trying to... Can you imagine this? He doesn't remember. He's like, I sent that after he was dead?
You know.
Just wait for the next question, please.
Okay.
Is that the moving version of the thumbnail that was attached?
Right.
Your Honor, the state moves this in. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure how they got separated. I would like to mark the the text exchange as 2-39D1, the associated GIF as 2-39D2.
The defense doesn't do shit.
No objection, but could we clarify the GIF was sent on March 3rd? Those texts cover both March 3rd and March 4th.
The GIF was sent, it's in the text. It was sent at 7:22 p.m., March the 3rd, 2020.
The defense hasn't been able to take full advantage of anything. In fact, they've made their position so much worse multiple times, and the witnesses we're going to look at after this cross and direct really display that. I don't know what they were doing.
Okay. 2-39
He doesn't have immunity. He's not charged with a crime.
D1 and D2 are admitted.
Nothing he did was a crime.
What order would you like to publish things in?
Your Honor, let's please publish D1 and then we'll publish D2 at the end.
Okay. Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we've walked through.
You know, I know he doesn't have immunity. He doesn't confess to any crimes on the stand. It would be pointless if he
D1. We
My
published
apologies.
D1.
Okay.
So it's just publishing D2.
Okay. Do you want to show the... Forgive me. Do you want to show the message at the end to provide context for the thumbnail, or do you want to go directly to D2?
Just show the
Give me
thumbnail.
D1 on the left, D2 on the right. Thumbnail portion of D1 on the left.
Just show it for us. Show us the kissy face. Oh, there we go. There's the kissy face. Oh, kissy face.
Thank you.
Yes, that's exactly what I read it as, Libby. This is guilt. This man's face is filled with guilt. Because she was probably shit talking him as well. Right? Matthew. You had a comp issue. Were you saying something about my comment? Yeah, no, I was. You said to be honest, the defense will take full advantage of this. Kouri will bury him. Oh, I think you're being sarcastic. I assume you're being sarcastic now that I read it the second time. The defense doesn't take advantage of anything. They've been kicking it in their own net all week.
Scott, can I get 2-49D?
All right. They just showed it, the kissy one that was on the screen. Two people kissing. Well, it's just embarrassing to have your text like that read out. I wouldn't want my text read out like that. Especially when it's to a murderer. He absolutely believes she did it.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish 2-49D.
No objection.
2-49D is admitted.
He says like he served in Iraq.
And we'll publish now.
So I don't know what that's Marines, Army. Oh shoot, I didn't capture these ones. Wait. Oh yeah, I did. I don't know how you feel about that, the visitors. I feel however you feel, but without knowing. I think that I'm glad for the village. How many commas can a guy put in that sentence? I made a Harbor Freight run. Now I'm going to pick up a couple Fuegos and go get busy. Not my preferred kind of busy. Don't make that joke now, sir. The place sure does look cool. All right. It's definitely pretty there. Oh, yeah. Sorry. She sent, I don't know why it skipped over it. So what she did was she sent a link of the vacation and then sent a message saying, are we there yet? And then he responds with this. And then he said, that place sure does look cool. It's definitely pretty there. Soon enough, though, it's going to be breathtakingly beautiful and the most stunning place on the planet. I can't believe it. I've wanted to go for a long time. Speak any French? French Caribbean is what he's referring to, but this bag of rocks, Kouri Richins, it's a lot. Overwhelming, exhausting, repeating yourself, emotions over and over again, lying. I added that part. Sounds like a good evening, I guess. Could be better. It looks so pretty. I've always wanted to go there. No French. Ha ha. Why would I care, silly? Not like I'm going to eat it. Fill up on it. I think he says at the end, mind if I have curry? I don't know what happened to some of these texts. I know what they are, though, based on reading them. I feel like it's a little out of the ordinary compared to some places. I could very easily expect the exact opposite. No visitors. Nobody wanting to bother. Like, it's so weird. They keep switching back between talking about the vacation and what's going on at her house. Especially wouldn't expect an army of heathen kids, except for Ashton's protege. I just need a little time and some beers to bring out my Frenchness. I'll be spouting some wee before the night is done. Porque? Oh no, that's Spanish. It's so weird how all these stories, all these texts tie into lore and stuff. Send a picture or something. My French. Where's that coming from? Lots of Frenchies over there. That's the main language, I think. No, it's English, goofball. Oh, you can't see the date down because I got this comedy. This is the 20th of March. So this is 16 days after he's dead. But you are right. It's only 6 or 7%. I screwed these up. 6 or 7%. 7% that speak the French. I'm going to get some eggs Benedict over there for I'm going to get you some eggs Benedict over there for sure. Yes, please. Yes, please. Can't wait. Then he sends some Facebook marketplace link. He says, yes, ma'am. Gonna be awesome.
Scott 2-51D.
I don't know. I think she should be.
Sir, do you recognize that as an April 8th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-51 Delta.
All right, so April 8th. I love you. You were in my dream. I think she started with I love you. So I think I want you to be my husband one day. At least she waited a month. I could respond to that a bunch of different ways. I could assume that you finished second in a few drinking games. I could show you this and give you $1 million of each. And then he sends this little stupid card.
Sir, do you recognize that as an April the 15th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yeah, I recognize it. I didn't have time to read it all. I'm not saying that I need to. I'd like to read it later, maybe.
Okay. Your Honor, the state...
It was in the Caribbean. Wasn't it St. Lucia or something? St. Martin?
Moves to admit 2-53D
Yeah, St. Martin.
and publish.
No objection.
That's how worldly I am. I know these places.
2-53D is admitted.
She got him. Well, you're going to hear. Okay, we're going to get the deets on the trip here. So this is April 15th. Uh-oh. Was Harry mad? Mine should be super quick and I big deal. Ha ha ha. I would also appreciate that. The texts are almost done, by the way. But this is where this just looks really bad for her. I'm going to call. I had 22 cops search my damn house Wednesday for 8 hours. Oh, poor Kouri. That shit just keeps getting worse and worse. Oh, poor Kouri.
I don't care.
Searching your house for what? So here we go. The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace of fentanyl in his system. What? That is not what the autopsy report said. It said he had a very lethal dose. 15 ng. I don't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. I didn't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me. And no reading me rights, spelled W-R-I-T-E-S. They ever told me why they were at my house and what the hell they were looking for. They don't have to read you your rights if you're not being questioned. I was like, what the f***? They had a search warrant and everything. Okay, well then, none of this matters. This is so ridiculous. And all that drug dogs and everything, and they didn't find a damn thing but Eric's weed gummies. Congratulations, idiots. Well, I don't know about calling them idiots, Corey. They were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have had to have some kind of proof of a crime was committed where there was being drugs being sold in and out of my house. No, it's probable cause, not proof of crime. If you have the proof of a crime, you don't need, I mean, you're just getting more evidence. Or me having something to do with this shit. I don't even know what the that is. I thought it was cocaine. The detective isn't corrected me. They took all electronics out of my house, even my kids' stuff. Yeah, this is on her new phone because her old phone was seized. Yeah, come on, Corey, send another GIF. Idiots everywhere. Eric does not do drugs. Really? I thought you were protecting him. He ate a shit ton of edibles, 4 to 5 a week, but rarely even drank. This is absurd. And they don't even have a cause of death yet. Yeah, actually, they do have a cause of death. Fentanyl. They don't have a manner of death. Isn't that... Am I getting that backwards? Because I thought that's what it was. Cause of death is fentanyl overdose. Manner of death is not determined. Somebody help me here. She has it backwards, right? So he said, I was prepared to hate this guy, but I wound up feeling sorry for him. I didn't ever anticipate hating him. Thank you very much, Hairball Yarn. I'm just going to look it up again because it just for my own cause of death versus manner of death. Yeah. Manner of death is a classification. The manner of death hasn't been released yet. They have a cause of death. How? They just told you he died of fentanyl. You what are you talking about? How could they just jump to all this bullshit before we even know how? Before we even know, Ronnie swears the gummies are laced with it because it was a new pack. Ronnie's an idiot. This is all just so stupid and crazy. I have tons of questions / thoughts. I'll save them for a phone call. Good thinking there, Josh. Okay. Call you in a bit.
So did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Now we're on direct examination, so I can finally take this wig off. Because I don't know why I took my headphones out. Still need those. Look like Bill Murray in Kingpin? In the movie with the bowling?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
Hit the like button, subscribe if you enjoyed this.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together.
I would not have gone up into the mountains with somebody whose husband just died by overdose mysteriously.
2 vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really.
Thank you, Stuffy.
That was the first time.
Yeah, and there was no THC in his system. Corey, you can't even lie good.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
This is so weird.
You want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while, and I'd never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation, and I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that. So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, and I think that's what she did.
Well, no, I think he's saying that the relationship was not that deep. You can see over and over, and we only saw a snippet of the text, right? He's constantly trying to make it deeper and asking him more questions, but she's just into interstellar, as he said.
She asked me, go ahead. I'll let you ask. I know you.
Sure.
But
did she ask you a question about killing?
she did ask me yeah.
What sort did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines.
It's an extremely sus question to be asking after your husband suddenly died. Hey, what does it feel like to kill somebody? Did you ever kill anybody? Not what does it feel like to kill somebody? That's right. Now, what does it feel like to kill somebody? How did you feel after you killed somebody? I would have jumped out of the car at that minute.
And then I answered her. I took it as not out of the normal, though, really.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
For how long?
I think I must have missed this clip, but basically they asked about the trip, and it was a birthday present for him. That's why she bought it for him. Which makes sense because she did book it in December, and his birthday is in December, but they booked it for April. I'm not sure if I kept that in here.
You'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months, maybe 8, 10. Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know.
Oh, was it the defense?
You had a falling out, disagreements. I
think also part of it, the way he's acting here, is like people could say, no, he's in love with it. No, the person he was in love with is gone. Right? He doesn't know this person that's sitting there in the defense chair, because he even says after Eric died, it was different. It was never the same. So he's thinking romantically back to how he was feeling when he was all in infatuation. So that if there's any sadness or lingering, it's because of that. It's not because he loves this person.
You know, things changed after Eric passed. I mean, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same. So I don't know if that led to us parting ways or what, but there was a lot on both of us. You know what I mean?
Understand. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
And for everyone's criticizing the prosecution for only asking these 2 questions, that's all they need. You don't need to ask anything unless it's going to help your case and you know the answer to that question. Don't ask it, because it could end up being a hand grenade in your face, unlike the defense that just ask all this stuff thinking they know the answer because they're listening to Kouri, and they just step in it over and over.
We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman, you're
performance.
still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossman.
Good afternoon.
All right.
I mean, I really don't think any of these questions helped. Because regardless of what he thinks, if they're going to be together, that kind of stuff, still doesn't eliminate all the evidence.
So, Mr. Grossman, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there?
One at that time.
And she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Mm-hmm. Was that in response to an ad? Mm-hmm. She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as. But
Okay. And you knew each other for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic, fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from, was it about 2017 you met, or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
Shit answers from Kouri.
Earlier than 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000, when you became romantically involved.
No. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decide to move out to Utah, correct?
Right, because they were already romantic at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested in flipping houses yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So let's look at.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying that they were biased. I never anticipated hating this witness for some reason. Maybe I just didn't think about it, but I never. He's not part of the plot, so I don't really have a reason to not like him, right?
We're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up, and I want to ask you some questions about some of them.
The only people I anticipate really not liking are, besides Kouri, would be her mom and her brother, based on her brother's performance. If he gets up there and is truthful, he could probably get a pass from me, but his mom, nope.
One, I believe, is...
her mom, nope.
State Exhibit 3-1, and this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted. That is not it. Oof. I don't believe. There we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this while we speak about it. So you said you recognize that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
Your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation, true?
True.
All right. Okay.
So you didn't go on the extremely incriminating vacation? That doesn't mean she's not guilty.
Let's move to...
Yeah, John K. No, but he definitely did testify earlier. That's why she's asking about it on cross as well.
Well, let me ask you this. You said that you two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it at all on here. Okay. So this series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right?
And let's see how she butchers this.
It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm gonna need a minute.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Can you maybe show him a couple of texts before that?
I mean, the affair isn't the main... It's not the main motive for your client, ma'am. So why are we harping on this?
Can you...
The point is she was having an affair. So she wasn't super in love with her husband. Even if this was going to be broken off or something.
See that, or do you need that blown up?
Yeah, if you could zoom.
She was clearly messaging with him before and after the murder. The day before she murdered him and the night of the murder.
Zoom in a little bit. That would be good. Okay, is this this where we're starting?
Sure.
Okay.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie. Let me stop there. It says you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of text was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
All right.
But then they clearly didn't. That's what I'm talking about. What is the point of this?
I mean, I don't
Well, let's just look at it.
necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just
This would be if you didn't have any texts after this being romantic and just talking about business, like, oh, I need you to go over and take a property number 12 or whatever. She's saying, if anything, her messages get more romantic after this point. From what we've seen, I love you, I love you, I love you.
in tongue in cheek. I don't know.
Well, let's
I want you to be my husband someday.
look at a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Did not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple more.
But it's not smoke and mirrors. How is this distracting?
Maybe pull up Kouri's again there, the blue bubble. And she says that she's not mad,
Good night,
but
Sophie.
you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah.
If you pardon my Lord of the Ring reference, dude is about to get shalobed. That's the spider.
I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So it was late 21, after the vacation was purchased, that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
Appears that way.
Okay. But
Yeah, Billie Jean, you might be a little bit more sensitive to it because I think this is one of my least yellies. I'd be like, conservative. I get a lot more yelly other points. Sorry, though.
But you didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together
What are you guys talking about? This is not more yelly than normal. You just haven't tuned into very many recent streams, I think.
together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text State Exhibit 218D that's been admitted. And Katie, could you just get to the... All right. So, Mr. Grossman, this was
Yeah, Candace, I sound the same to myself as well.
about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right? We talked about that on your direct. Well, you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mr. Grossman, my apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. If I can't see it, can you zoom in a little bit for me,
Go ahead.
please?
Katrina Dancer says, did you see Robert Josh Grossman's brother talking the stuff he says about his brother is very disturbing. He thinks the murder was his brother's idea rather than Kouri's. No, I don't believe it. She was the one going around asking for drugs. She was the one that stood to benefit. I don't believe it.
And while Katie's doing that, and you take a look,
Okay.
yes, she's starting a new TV show, Dope Sick, correct?
Because if it was his idea, why would he come up with that idea after she's asking him for drugs? I think there's probably something going on between those two brothers, but no. There's his phone wasn't wiped. If he was in on it, don't you think he would have wiped his phone? The reason we have all these texts is because he didn't delete anything off his phone. She wiped her phone. He didn't. If it was his plan, you think he would wipe his phone, right?
Correct.
All right. And she's asking you questions about if you have taken drugs, right?
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
I'm just saying, like, we need to. I'm not criticizing anyone here with this. I'm saying a lot of the times in true crime, we try and make it over, or not we. I won't include myself, but we can tend to think, oh, I want to find out what really is going on. No, this is just as simple as it seems. Kouri murdered her husband because she needed the money. She couldn't divorce him. She needed the money. He needed to die while they were alive.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text, you can see it.
Yes. That I would believe. Can she be prosecuted? Probably not. But yes, Candace, if anyone knew outside from Kouri, it was her mom.
That she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then can you get the painful one? And then she also tells you, and we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's the way I read it. Like, face value, that's just what I read it as. Not saying it's true, or anyone saying that there's something to it is wrong. I'm just saying, this guy doesn't come off like he's lying to me, right? And nothing he did supports an involvement in this crime.
Okay. But you guys talk back and forth about drug use, and
this is very similar to the, whole Chandler Halderson girlfriend. People were like, oh, she had to be in on it. No, she didn't.
Is it fair to say, and it's just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay, let's move to State Exhibit 227D.
Not sure what that means, Libby.
And pull that up so Mr.
Sorry, we keep cutting off the cross, but it's totally pointless. Libby says, hear me out. Here's what puzzles me. Kouri did get life insurance of $1.3 million and blew through that money in a couple weeks. I think killing Eric and getting all that money still wouldn't have been enough. If you're saying what I think you're saying, like if she had pulled this off and inherited all of his money, right? She would have blown through it. It wouldn't have worked. It would not have been the happy ending that she thinks. She would have been trying to, like, I want to become a mogul now. I'm going to take this is my first million. I'm going to become a billionaire, right? Because, million's not enough. She would have seen it as like, okay, yep. And then I got my windfall, and then I got the properties, and then I'm going to make it out. And now I could do 100 houses a year. She would have blown through all this immediately. It is exactly like a gambler mentality.
Grossman can see the date.
Kept playing until the house had it all.
All right. So do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day, that Valentine's Day 2022?
I've tried to remember.
It is like a gambling addiction, but for Kouri, it's a fame addiction. She wants a success. She wants to be, whether it's specifically or not, that dream of becoming one of the true Real Housewives of Utah or whatever.
I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my GPS would have.
I'm not getting upset.
Been able to clue me in, but I don't
Okay.
know.
So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up?
If the text
let me rephrase
say
that
we met up, I assume we met up, unless the text say that hey, change of plans.
I would agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's not a.
That's fair. It's a while ago.
Somebody said something here. Oh, I think it goes back to him lying or not. Here's the thing. What we don't see in his texts, which the defense absolutely would bring up, he's not talking about money. He's not talking about let's run away together. He's talking about you getting a divorce so we can be out in the open. Basically, I can get to know you better, right? He's not talking about raising kids. That's her. She's the one talking about getting millions. She's the one talking about buying this property and renting it out, right? He's not doing any of these aspirations beyond the trip that she bought him. He's not talking about any of that stuff. She is.
Okay.
And it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay, that's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229. And I believe it's the second and third page of those texts. So this is the next day, July 15th, 2022. And maybe blow that up for Mr. Grossman. Is this page 2? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to page 3. Yes, if we could blow those up. Okay, so this is where you tell Ms. Richins, I am in love with you.
Yes.
Yes.
And
His goal was Kouri, nothing else.
go ahead.
Didn't mention
Keep
kids.
going.
Didn't
And
mention
she
being rich.
responds to you like you're actually in love with me. We're not just love each other like friends or an affair. You're in love with me, correct?
Right.
And that was February 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to take that down. Okay, I want to move to March of 2022. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 2-32D. I think it's page 3. And Kouri's text there. I can't see unless you blow it up. Okay, so this is the text, and this is on February 23rd.
But has anyone? I know I keep pausing, but it's droning on. There's no gotcha moments in here. There's nothing.
2022. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes.
And she's talking to you about the property that
bedtime lullabies.
has ended up being called the Midway Mansion, right?
Yes.
And that she has a dream that you could, and actually I think she describes it in the text
Why are you reminding the jury of this?
before, if you can go to that. She has a dream about you two living in the mansion, and that she could be divorced and you could live there and just have a farm and a number of things.
I mean, you compare it to compare this guy in his demeanor to Robert Crosby, who is obviously lying on the stand, who's hiding something. This guy doesn't appear to be hiding anything. He does not like being up here because this is very emotional for him.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can go back to the other one. But then she tells you this isn't possible. It's just fun to dream about, right?
What you just highlighted, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So, Mr. Grossman, well, would it be fair to say that
Because it's not possible to divorce him.
the talk about a future together between you and Kouri was really more a fantasy than a realistic expectation?
My opinion? You want my opinion on it?
Sure.
Let's say, yeah. Yeah. More of something that maybe I thought I wanted, but didn't necessarily, like I couldn't picture it in the future, you know?
If there was one redirect question I would have asked, I would have been like, at the time, did you believe that you guys would end up together? Now, you don't know the answer, so you can't ask it, right? But I'm pretty sure he would have said, like, I did at the time. Because it seems like he's answering retroactively. The other thing is, you got to realize, this guy or not, like, take this guy out of the picture. Kouri still would have killed Eric for the money. Because she still would have been doing the same shit she did. He didn't move out there until 2020. She started stealing the money in 2019. So, I mean, this guy feels guilty probably for not seeing it coming, but he shouldn't feel guilty for it being like some kind of like, he is zero part of the motive. It was money for her, money and respect and not respect, money and standing for Kouri.
I don't know if that answers your question.
It does answer my question. Okay, let's move on to 2-36D, State's Exhibit. And maybe we could blow this up and go through it a little bit. So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before
That's exactly
Eric
right,
Richins'
Wicked
death.
Roads. This guy's
Right?
the side piece, not the main character.
Or a day before.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? 'Cause
Oh. Just like Chandler Hollison, you're getting the victim's name wrong. You're getting the date wrong for his death. The witness has to correct you on this.
So these texts were on March 2nd.
Yeah, we are only seeing few selected texts between them, but if there were other texts making this seem like it wasn't what it is, the defense could have brought him in, but they didn't. And he's done. He's not coming back on the stand.
2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death.
No, 1 day. She poisoned him the next night.
Right?
Or a day before.
Yeah.
That's what he believes. Regardless of what the evidence proves, that's what he believes, right? That date is burned in his brain.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? Because
That's what he was thinking about when he's reading these. It's like, oh my God, this was the night before she killed him.
he died early morning, 2022, or March 4th. Okay, if we can scroll a little bit. A little farther. Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm going to have to see that bottom one. Yes.
I mean,
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say she was very excited about this property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday to celebrate this closing, right?
Right.
yeah, this is, like I said earlier, if this was the only one, you could explain this away. We're going to get together on Friday to celebrate the closing. But how does that explain the second text? Wait a few days. Something's going to change. That's what it sounds like. Katrina Dancer, or Matthew Mango said, Katrina Dancer, I wonder the same thing. Someone so obsessed with himself, why don't they dress to the nines? And Katrina Dancer had said, why doesn't Kouri look pretty for court? I don't understand the harsh looks she's always presenting. Because these are donated clothes. She doesn't have any money, remember? She's broke. Because she signed up for every payday loan in the world and just kept signing more payday loans to pay off the payday loans. She has no money. She has no clothes. She's getting these out of the donation bin. And she probably isn't very popular in there, and she's getting in there last. That's why she had all the pleated tops. They've got to be watching this and hearing commentary, because we haven't not seen a pleated top since, I'm not saying they're watching me, but I'm assuming other people said it. We have not seen a pleated top. We saw like 3 consecutive in a row. We haven't seen it since we commented and be like, what's with the pleated tops? Then we saw the sweater with the basketball, like it gave birth to a basketball yesterday. And now we're looking at this. Or no. 2 days ago. Yesterday was like the maternity ward stuff.
And what was your plan on Friday to get
Now she's got the jail stripes on.
together to celebrate?
We were supposed to meet sometime mid-morning.
No, she's incarcerated, no makeup and normal clothes. But I don't understand how nobody has told her, hey, this whole like super pulled back bun side part look doesn't look good. Like, she's obviously just drawing a line at that. She's like, no, that is my hairstyle.
For brunch. Brunch and
Maybe she is going bald.
mimosas was the plan.
Okay. Can we pull up States 238-D? We'll go to the one where it says hang in there.
I don't think they're trying. I don't think this is an intentional look at all. I think this is what is available in the bin at the jail. It's, and this, God forbid anyone misquotes me. This isn't a quote. This isn't a characterization of Mormons, but they said they got these clothes from the Mormon secondhand shop. That's where they donate these into the bin. And I'm assuming Mormon women would wear more conservative clothes on average. Do you hear what I'm saying? On average, it's not every single. Somebody comes up and is like, "Oh yeah, well I knew this woman that wore halter tops all the time." Go. I'm talking about the average. Jesus.
Just a minute. She'll pull up the text.
But this hair doesn't scream demure to me.
Well, you
it
can't
screams
see
psychopath.
Okay, here we go. So this is again March 2nd, 2022 in the evening, right?
Wicked Rose says, EDB says her mom is providing the outfits. That's the biggest crime of all. I'm not reacting to the dumb haters. I'm proactively addressing the dumb haters.
Yes.
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do.
Plus, it's kind of funny to me to say this. It's ridiculous before I say it. That's why it's funny to me.
I don't.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
That's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. That's Zach Galifianakis. But that movie is from Dinner with Schmucks. Dinner for Schmucks, which is a hilarious movie. He's playing an IRS guy, and he's wearing his coat that he's got over top of his sweater. The sweater is just a cutout neck thing around him. Well, let me ask you this. When she told you to hang in there till Friday, was that because she was planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday? Yep.
Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you
there were
referring to Friday
flashes of
or
light.
to the last question?
Your Honor, the question that essentially asked what Kouri Richins was thinking by Friday.
I can rephrase it. It's
Please
fine.
do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was she telling you to hang in there till Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
She looked much better in her pretrial hearing, so I don't know what happened. That's why I have to believe that it's the jail bin.
Same thing.
Sustain just a speculation as to why Ms.
Okay,
Richins was
Razzle,
waiting.
thank you. I didn't know that.
The question regarding what he recalls was going to happen on Friday is permissible. If you'd answer that, sir.
A man who can talk about averages is so sexy than I remember the way.
The only thing I knew about Friday was brunch and mimosas. So,
Okay.
and the closing on the house. She was getting the keys that day.
So that was a big day.
Right.
I mean, that bun is pulled so tight. I picture her cellmate. She's like, pull it tight, and they're doing the thing like almost with what they call it, the crochet or the. I'm going to use the word crochet, but the thing that they tie from the back to like where they would break the women's ribs with the yarn to make them look abnormally thin in the middle, right? And then they would lean all their strength into the knees, pulling the yarns. That's what I picture her doing with her hair. Her cellmate is pulling the hair back, and she's like, make it tighter, make it tighter. Corset. Is that what I said? I don't know if I said that. She's like, make it tighter, damn it.
Did she ever tell you that you were going to be together on Friday permanently?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's. I think he can say yes or no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins said specifically.
It's very specific in that question. So
Everyone's saying corset. Can somebody tell me if I said corset? Because I don't remember what I said at this point.
All right, let me ask it this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right.
Oh, well, that proves she's innocent. Who people say, right? Okay. I was close. Oh. Okay, I was saying it's 2 syllables or something. Okay, well, all right. I'll settle for that. It's corset, but I said corset. Okay, got it. How does this... what did you do here, defense? You did nothing.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to...
Look at him shaking his head. Like he's even shaking his head. Like, what is the point of this?
239 D1.
He's so tired of these questions.
So this is Friday, March 4th, the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? Well, the beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Yeah, Suma had her dentist appointment today. That's why she wasn't live. Go ahead and tune into her, subscribe to her. She does the live every day with the trial. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I will have to be listening and playing catch up. I'll be listening to the amount of water he drank was insane. I feel like he drank 2 gallons up there. It's like, this guy's going to burst. Like, okay, can I get another bottle of water? Can I get another one? Can I get another one? Makes me think maybe he drank last night. He's like super dehydrated, which would make sense if he's not looking forward to this. But I was going to say, yeah, Suma had to go to the dentist. She popped a couple Oxy and a couple half liters of Woodbridge, and she's feeling good. She's feeling good.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, we can stop right there.
She was popping Roxy 30s. Isn't that what they're scoring? Or she's popping blues. That's what Suma was getting, blues and Roxy 30s. I'm, of course, kidding. Everyone just chill the out.
When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property or are you talking about something else? The Midway Mansion.
Oh, okay, good. This was actually a question. I missed this here.
Or do you remember?
What was the text previous, please?
It was from you. It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Oh, so the defense was just as worried as I was speculating that they're talking about divorce.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I get that.
I'm not going to make everyone think she's some kind of Kouri. Her texts make everyone think her text message on the thread make it. Okay.
Let's keep going. Could you see that? Okay, maybe this helps put it in context because her response is the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but...
You skipped a little? Did you skip the part about it would be a piece of cake to cover the mortgage? I would never have to worry about that. Oh, that's the part you skipped, Zelda?
That's the gist.
Right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about?
I'm not saying he's a good guy. Heck, Jess. Good guy. A good guy doesn't have an affair with a married woman. Absolutely. He's not great, but he's not cold-blooded like Kouri. Absolutely. If at any point you guys thought I was saying this is a good guy, That was not my statement. What I'm saying is he's absolutely not a guy that is, you're referring to somebody in chat? Okay. Well, he's absolutely not a guy that was involved in murder.
The Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022.
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this, we can skip down to this, skip this. And you two are supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up.
Right.
And you text her to see what's happening
Yes.
and why she isn't there.
Yes.
It's not like her to not show up.
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Woman with Steel OG says, do you think Kouri feels betrayed that Josh didn't erase his text messages? I think I questioned this a couple of days. How did she not get in contact with him to say, hey, delete your text messages, which actually supports the fact that he's not in on it, because she probably didn't do that because she didn't want to make him suspicious. And then she probably smashed his phone, which is why it was unusable. And he just woke up one day and was like, why's my phone all smashed? Why was it dunked in water? And Kouri was thinking, oh, well, I'll just break it and then they can't get anything off of it. I mean, this supports the fact that Josh is not in on it. Right?
Okay. And that's when you find out that Eric Richins had passed away that early morning.
So
Bitch.
I thought it was
Like some kind of fucking bear.
my recollection. When she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
And I thought that I texted her because I could just sense, I could feel.
So this is where this part specifically, this is where I think the whole swearing in, you're going to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I think this is where it tripped him up. And if he's super intelligent, according to his brother, I don't know why it tripped him up, but let's just assume like he's just very nervous about this. I think the whole swearing in thing, I think this is what it comes down to. If you didn't, she didn't. We don't know if she smashed his phone. All we know his phone was smashed and it had been dunked in water before it was given to police. And then the police were able to repair it, and then they gathered it later. But he didn't delete anything off of it. Even after they gave it back to him, which would have been working because they replaced the screen and the battery, he didn't delete anything off of it. But this is right here. This is where I think the nervousness is coming from, all right?
Something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So I texted her, is everything okay? And she responded. That's when she told me. But, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least. But, can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2 o'clock. But I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So
All right. So you're
Okay, does everyone get what I'm coming at right here? He's going under oath, penalty of perjury. He's asking, is this text true? And you notice he's very specifically answering in the direct, saying like, yeah, no, those are our texts. He's not saying, yeah, that looks accurate, right? It probably was a UMTC time thing. Now, what UMTC, it's corrected, it's calculated correctly for the display up here, but we don't know what he was given because they said he asked and he got like a binder full of text, right? So we don't know if it's time corrected on his text. Just like Lauren thinks it's a big conspiracy that is his chat log. He doesn't remember this time and the different times on the page that it was printed off of. By the way, the Lornography 2025 side note, I am going to eventually one day make just like one of these 10-second bumper commercials for myself. The Lornography 2025 playlist, it is the best thing that I've ever created. And it's the funniest thing you will ever see when you get into the Lornography. But go ahead and subscribe if you're not. Hit the like button. You're just here. And please, for those who are just listening, just pick up your phone. Just pick up your phone. Hit the like button, please. Please, dear God. But that's what I'm saying. That this is where the nervousness comes from.
Your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point,
He is not saying any of the texts that are saying stuff are altered. He is saying, I thought I remembered it being a different hour.
in time I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them. Because
You asked who for some texts?
And the defense thinks they're on. They've just hit the mega load right here. Oh my God!
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And by Ms. Margaret, do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all I got was the month of March, but it was like that. So
I can just imagine stupid Gungan over there, sitting there with Ramos, clutching their hands together like this. She's over there, and Beaver Bro being like, "Oh my God, is this their moment? The trial turns." And
What do you mean when you say it was like that?
it was thick. There were a lot of text messages that month. So I'm not faulting her for stopping there, but
I just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch, so you got about an inch worth of pages of text.
right.
Okay.
And they were just for the month of March, and because I was trying to figure out what happened too,
Okay.
So I'm going through them, and the timelines on them, I'm not saying this is the case, but to me, they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be 4 p.m. or whatever the case was. And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones so I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't necessarily coincide with my memory.
well, that's a big old. And while Zelda might think, "Oh yeah, we've got some confusion here. Don't you see this, Jerry? He thinks it's hours off." He didn't disagree with any of the texts that were said. Nothing in the text makes a difference. It was 2 hours earlier or 4 hours later. What he did testify to was he asked for a copy of his text, and he got literally, and she made sure to put it on the record, an inch full binder. So that doesn't sound like they're withholding. He didn't request text and get like a binder with 2 pages in it, right?
But I don't. But it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you had wondered if what the time is on these texts is incorrect.
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you notice this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones that stay?
Oh, Zelda is so hot on this one. She's just like, oh God, this could be your ticket. This could be your ticket. This could be your ticket to acquittal. Look at the timestamps. The witness doesn't remember them happening at this time. The state is obviously altering evidence. Yeah, but he validated all the text. In fact, if I remember his exact words earlier, he said, yeah, these are our text, period. Meaning there's nothing else to say. Stupid Zelda.
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything.
If Kouri hadn't wiped her phone, defense, you would have much better idea. But you know, your totally innocent client that totally didn't murder her husband decided to wipe everything from her phone.
I looked at.
What was that?
Well, we're gonna get to the next request for a mistrial. That happened before this. After this,
Consistent that the time was off?
That everything was just pushed forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the time difference. You got a +8 and all this.
Yes.
you're being very generous.
Time. I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what
Zelda doesn't know anything that's going on.
you're referring to. This sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
So you were just wondering why the times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But let me ask you this. Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So
Billie Jean, stop it.
you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And
You don't need to have sympathy or not have sympathy for this guy. All you need to judge this is, does this prove or disprove that Kouri murdered her husband? And it totally leans towards she definitely did it.
you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take.
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at
No, I mean, honestly, the take I got was that this guy had never been in court. He's talking to the judge. He's like, can I say something? Like, he doesn't understand court's work at all. He's apologizing. I'm so sorry to the judge. Like, he doesn't get it.
States Exhibit 253D?
Yes. Heck yes. He's not malicious. He's not.
Where, you know which one I'm looking for? Since you read my mind, Katie.
Oh, my God.
Let
We
me
get done with
read
this
it,
cow.
but in my mind,
Well, go ahead and look at,
I'm
right
not
there.
calling
It's
all
highlighted.
women cows. Jeez, I can't. Number of
I
you just
didn't know
have
what
hot buttons
fentanyl
for
was then, so
disclaimers.
I don't know if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember. I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All
That's
right.
fine.
I just
But I do want to say there has been a substantial drop off in the number of comments being like, dude, why are you talking so much? After I keep harping on, this is a commentary channel. I'm making commentary. You're an idiot. So that's good.
wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4/15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uentas. You with me?
Yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with her at that time,
Yes.
right? And you told, well, let me back up. You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Here's another example. Why would you ask this as the defense? Because the answer he's going to give is not good. People, this is what I'm saying. From a just trial perspective, the defense does not know the answer to this question, because if they knew the answer he was going to give, why would you ask this? So it's either they do know it and they're stupid, or they don't know and they're stupid.
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, man. So, never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
The defense, you just want to open up the floodgates to this guy having his come to Jesus moment on the stand, and you don't know what he's going to say? What the?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, you know, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point, and I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but but then I started, I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested, I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow, over my wrongdoings, infidelity. And,
Okay.
And that's when I called.
And some people can believe this is bullshit. I believe this. This tracks for me. This is exactly how I would feel.
But I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she, and that.
And what does it matter if the special investigator told him that she'd done it? Because if she didn't do it, it doesn't matter. But he believes she did it.
That changed everything for me.
It was he doesn't describe a protest as saying like, no, I was adamant. I couldn't believe she did it. He said it was the confirmation he needed for the thoughts he already had inside, being like, oh my God. Oh no, it's somebody else besides me thinks this. Does that make sense? When you're in this position of like, I can't imagine this being true, and then you thinking like, no, I don't know what's going on in my head, right? And then you have a very independent, rational third party coming to you and be like, yeah, she did it.
I was blown.
Right. Exactly, Wicked Rose. This is what I'm talking about. The defense just keeps going like, hey, I would like to be dunked on. And if you could just give me 5 minutes on this, question this witness, I can take my case even further. Prosecutors are not hearsay objecting. They're saying, tell us more. Yes, I was just like, what?
way.
What? In terms of why are you letting this go on, defense? What are you doing?
And then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses.
Yeah. Oh God, this was bad. This is bad because this is already what I was thinking. Like he was thinking during the testimony, like reviewing the text when he was like, you know, emotionally like looking at stuff and be like, man, I totally see this different now as it was before. And now you've got him on the stand explaining this. Defense, you are terrible.
Thing for me, you know.
I backed it up 15 seconds.
Blown away, and then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help. That's what I was gonna do, and you know, that's okay, sometime after that it wasn't.
This is the best testimony. If you're the prosecution, what are you doing?
It wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, you know, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay,
and
so let me.
The problem is that, again, the defense doesn't know what the answer to the question is going to be. But the other problem is they are either believing everything that Kouri has said, or they are so convinced by the answers they think there can only be one answer because they're stupid, that they ask these questions. I don't know, just, you know, open-ended question. How about this? This is redirect. You don't need to have open-ended questions.
Let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if he used the word definitely, but said that.
Nobody gives a shit if it's the family investigator because everyone else that talks to them thinks she's guilty.
She did it.
Right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 20/20 hindsight about conversations.
Right.
Which led you to think of the conversation in the Uentas, fair?
Yes.
All right.
This theory that the defense is going with, that the Richins family private investigation, which was 100% appropriate because Kouri was trying to take everything because she thought she was going to get everything. So they're like, no. And then she sued the trust. They're like, okay, well, let's hire this private investigator. Let's figure out what we can, because obviously she killed him because he just died of fentanyl overdose. He doesn't take fentanyl. That's when you hire the private investigator. And the defense's theory that everything the police are going like, oh, well, okay, tell us who did it. Oh, it's her. Okay, I guess. Well, that's what we'll look at now. It's so lame.
Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
And I'm just going to let it play. This is not good.
Man, I can't.
Defense attorney wants it to be like, yeah, that was strange that the private investigator said they definitely did it. That's what they have in her. That's what Zelda has in her mind. That he's going to say, yeah, it was weird that the private investigator said she definitely did it, and we didn't know. But Zelda's just going to keep going down this well and get him to elicit more damning testimony.
I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years. You know,
this conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah, it's about that. It's about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
At the time it happened, her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. But the talk was Not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why
What the hell does that mean? So they're talking about spiritual deaths?
you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it, how good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't at that time.
Bow hunt?
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them wasn't.
Oh.
I don't remember. But
So she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
she did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already
So she wanted to learn another method of killing. I don't know what else this is listed.
she already knew how. I don't remember.
Some most dangerous game kind of shit.
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. This is the reason you don't redirect on this. He gave the perfect answer. I was told that, not I knew that. Yeah, I knew about that. So when the defense comes out with this, everything, it's just going to be Kouri's word against everyone else because everyone's going to be like, yeah, I heard that.
You'd mentioned
Just like I heard she was a multi-million company CEO.
during direct that you did work for Kouri here in Utah and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall a lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum.
Ma'am, how does this argument help support the fact that there was not a serious affair going on? Your client paid him $25,000 immediately after she killed her husband.
My timeline's pretty foggy though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed, yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
that was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Versus, could it be argued that she is trying to buy the silence of somebody that could definitely put her in a bad position?
Yeah, she texted me one time. I believe she texted me. She had just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
She responded with the confetti reaction to whatever he texted.
And she just seemed like surprised. Like it was unexpected.
It was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. I'm sitting here right.
Did she send memes of Dumb and Dumber with him drying his tears with money, saying idiots, idiots everywhere?
Right now, I mean, it's in the text messages, though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
But she came out and said, I'm no longer going to protect him.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time. And then, no, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So.
Did she appear to change after he died?
He just said earlier that it entirely changed after Eric died.
Yes.
So why ask this question? What?
How so? Like, yeah, I mean.
Well, I was hoping you could tell me.
He said the entire thing was different.
How you thought she was different after his death?
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean.
She was a lot happier.
The effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Well, she's a good actor, I guess. Actress. Because we have the memes. So it doesn't really matter how she came across to other people that she knew could testify against her. We have the memes, ma'am.
Did she come across as grieving? Or sad?
Yeah. But I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter. But when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic than usual. But yeah, there were times where, you know, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
So irritated.
And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. But then Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And you.
Well, they're memes, but they're GIFs, because memes can be a still image. GIFs are 6 second, up to 6 second image clips, right? So what she sent were GIFs, but they are also memes.
What was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
Why are you asking this question?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So whether, I mean, yeah, it appeared as though it's done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that, you stopped seeing each other, correct? And did you?
This is the first time I've seen her since that day. So,
which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was.
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
It was cold outside, so it was late. The same year that Eric passed.
Okay.
It was the end of that year. That's when it was, or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can.
Yeah, she seemed very irritated being tied up in the red tape of a bureaucracy of life insurance that wouldn't pay her out, and the fact that the trust existed so she couldn't get the rest of the money.
Recall, I don't know.
But
So when you and Kouri Richins were...
All right, just remember, this whole affair happened, and then remember Raw Dog Ronnie gave this interview in September 2013.
Just before his passing. They're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
Moron.
in the Uintas 10 to 14 days after Eric's died. And we were talking about a lot of things, right?
Because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly, so I was trying to see how she felt. You know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and Bo,
And look at his wife behind him. His wife behind him is probably has just signed the divorce papers on
just
him.
before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
He's clueless.
hunting, and the boys. Part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, don't redirect. Don't recross. Stop there.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Phenomenal father. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Please listen to me.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost their phenomenal father?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Could we approach?
Sure.
So that redirect was a whole waste of shit, huh?
Was anything else for Mr. Grossman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, so you really shouldn't have got up there, should you, you idiot? All right, now we're going to hear the defense's motion for mistrial earlier in the day. This is a good one.
At 8:30, we received, well, Ms. Nestor received a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court.
Okay, Miss Lauren violated drug court. What does that have to do with her doing a drug deal for Kouri? With backed up by GPS or backed up by cell tower data now.
During the time that after she was cooperating in this case. That's Giglio information. I did not have that.
So wait. Miss Lewis, oh my God. Are you telling me that she had a violation, but she was a cooperating witness and they decided not to charge her? Oh my God. That is so scandalous. Did you find some record of her passport being out of country? What the hell is the matter? And remember, Carmen Lobner is still under subpoena, so they can go ahead and call her again with this bullshit. But it's beyond stupid. They're complaining about it. It's so stupid. This witness is still under subpoena. You can go ahead and call her again.
Information to cross her with.
And none of this is going to matter.
They further, for the first time, disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about. What's in
this is desperation. This is the manifestation of desperation.
These text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different.
You could still use it on cross-examination, ma'am. You could use it on direct, in fact.
And then what she testified to. This is Giglio that was not given to us, and we moved for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it Giglio information because you believe it is information that is material.
I keep saying exactly what you're saying, John Kate. Well, Joe Kate. Well, that's because I am omnipotent, all-knowing, and inebriated. Just love this new clip I got in here. I'm going to use this more and more.
Just before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
To impeachment of one of the state's witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
An important fact.
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get.
Answer.
Judge. Yeah, Judge. Get her. Get Zelda. Get Zelda. Get Zelda.
Or Ms. Lauper was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get.
Answer my question.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information.
Say it belonged to Detective Maynard, says the Gungan.
Information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I'm not entirely sure what text message.
Forever Wanderer, I take exception to that. I think I said inebriated, not inebriated. Inebriated isn't a thing. I think we all know that.
This defense received this morning. It was not from me. I've not heard of it until just now. I understand that about 10 days
inbred.
ago, the defense
Inebriated. What the hell are you talking about?
submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for
Hey, Gungan and Zelda, once you shut the over there when you're at the while the prosecution is responding to your bullshit. Listen to this. Listen to the going like
10 days ago, the defense submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for information related to the supervision of Carmen Lauber.
By Mr. Maynard.
They asked for any information on all supervision.
Okay.
Yeah, Libby. The prosecution should be like, I would finish my argument, but I'm going to go ahead and let the defense finish my argument for me.
Supervision was by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
I think they're referencing a violation of probation.
And here's the problem. At this point, because they have been caught in so many misrepresentations of stuff, the prosecution can just be like, no, I sent this here. And the defense now has to prove that the prosecution did something with records because they have no credibility.
Involving, she was caught with an alcoholic beverage. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Is that what we're talking about? An alcoholic beverage? I don't know how that matters for drug court. She wasn't caught freebasing crystal meth outside the courtroom before she went to testify. So what the does this matter? Okay? She wasn't on the stand high as a kite. She was caught with an alcoholic beverage. This is the Darrell Brooks type of pathetic defense. Like, you had a Mike's Hard. Oh, you know, you're not supposed to have vodka, right? Oh, it's a Mike's Hard. So you were drinking vodka? Yeah, okay, but she lied about being sober. Right. But everything else she testified to. Wait. I'm going to push back on this, Libby. We're talking about drug court. I think, for instance, just as an example, if I were talking about being sober, right? Being drug free in terms of my main drug of choice, alcohol, right? Would I consider it a failure if I was caught with a cigarette, which is nicotine? I don't think I would reset it. I might get in trouble for it at that time, right? Or even a THC gummy. Maybe I got in trouble for it, for the THC gummy, but I didn't drink. She's not doing drugs. She was caught with an alcoholic beverage. She wasn't arrested for public intoxication, right? It's not. This is such a nothing burger.
Correct.
I provided that information to defense maybe 3 weeks ago.
Well, they didn't see the email.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, I'm not.
He's just his face. He's like, I don't know what they're talking about.
I'm not going to shoot from the hip on this. You have to put this in a written motion so I can see it all with the timeline and the content. Let the state respond to it.
Yeah, can you show me some evidence here? And that's the other thing. I thought the drug court was paused.
Yes, I can. I will just state for the record, the email about the alcohol violation was sent to Mr. Bloodworth November 15th of 2023.
Well, what about Mr. Bloodworth's email to defense that he just referenced?
Zelda, check your email. Check your email and say, I definitely didn't get it, and then you could have more weight. Saying, I didn't see it here isn't going to work.
I saw no such email.
You saw no such email. We've already seen in this trial you saying, oh, I didn't see this. I didn't see that. I didn't see this. I didn't see. Look at this. Look at this stupid face. And this. Here we get into hour 3, right? This is where I'm just. Look at that stupid face. You are lying. You are. Zelda, you are stupid. So the fact that you don't know something doesn't make it the rule is broken. Right?
Okay. Well, we'll get into it, but you've got to put this in writing. We're not going to do this on oral representations in the moment.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead and submit whatever bullshit you're talking about in writing. Then I'll look at it. We're not doing this verbal mistrial shit again.
Anything else on that?
Not on that, no. Do you want to address it?
And I mean, this is so vague. They caught her with an alcoholic, but I'm not saying she wasn't drinking. She could very well could be. If Carmen has booze and never does drugs again, I call that a win. All right. In my opinion. As long as she's not driving around, right? They said caught her with an alcoholic beverage. It's such a benign, specific. They caught her with an alcoholic beverage, not drunk in public, not driving while drunk, not lewd or no causing a public disturbance under the alcohol or with alcohol. I get you wrong half the time. Oh, I'm sorry. What did I get wrong? Chunky, don't tell him. Whatever. I can't read back right now. But yeah, we're going to go over to the estate lawyer's testimony after this stupid objection. Not even drinking it, just with it. What I'm saying is, like, if you're trading a crystal meth or a drug addict just becoming, Al Bundy, I think that's a win. But now here's the even more ridiculous motion for asking for sanctions.
Anything?
Do you have one other issue, Your Honor? I know.
This is the most, I can't think of the word. Hypocritical things this team has ever said. Watch this. What do we comment about all the time? The attitude, the comments from the defense team be like, to what? No, it's not. They're doing it in front of the jury all the time. Now, I have commented on Bloodsworth looks at the defense when he's looking at the defense being like, are you serious? Right? But here we go. Some concerned citizen, which I highly doubt, they're just reading the chat.
That it is always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case. And we actually prefer it that way.
So why did you mention all that?
But we are getting reports from individuals who are watching this matter on television.
It's not on TV, ma'am. It's called YouTube. And I would like to see these reports. I want to see the state. If this was a thing, the state should subpoena. Show me these reports. Show me this. Show me these messages you're getting. It's just you and Zelda texting each other and being like, oh my God, look at his face. While she's over there looking like, Zelda, remember yesterday? She was like,
That particularly yesterday, but also previously to yesterday.
Maybe they are watching this channel because I commented on a lot. Said Bloodworth is a gangster.
That members of the prosecution team are
And if they're watching this channel, that's a waste of time.
making faces at the jury during our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With
that
respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras. I haven't seen anything like
Oh, shit. Man. I got to get one of those reactions. Snaps.
that.
Okay, well, we've asked for the timestamps and we're going to try to provide it to the court, but all I'm asking is just
Then why didn't you come with that?
gentle admonishment that that's not appropriate and to try to refrain from doing that to the extent that is happening.
You need admonishment. Your entire team needs admonishment. You are always sniping at the judge, sniping at the prosecution in front of the jury. You idiots. You know who you sound like right now, defense? You know who you sound like? You sound like idiot Ronnie.
She knows what's happening to her is unfair. It's not right. And she wants to help defend anyone else be put into her situation unfairly.
That's actually the second dumbest thing Ronnie says after that. You know, it's not right. It's unfair. She wants to help defend anyone else in her position. She's in the position. It's just like Sarah being like, I want to be an advocate for all victims of domestic violence.
Also, the second concern that I have is when Mr. Bloodworth is tendering the witness to the defense.
Oh my God. Actually, this was the worst.
He's making a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion. We're not required to ask them any questions. So we would just ask that that no longer be stated to the witnesses in the presence of the jury.
I'm going to go full screen for this one. You moron. You do redirect when everyone is like, what the doing? Why are you asking questions? You have done redirect 10 times more than you should have. So the fact that he says, I think the defense might have some questions for you is pretty accurate, because even though nobody would think you should ask any of the questions, you get up there and you take 3 to 4 times as long as the prosecution. You are such a liar. Such a idiot. What are you doing, ma'am? Where is it?
Yeah, as a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not
If you ever did that, you don't do that.
going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so I think we're well within.
I think maybe Emily D. Baker said this, or the judge says this. If the prosecution ended with, I don't expect the defense to have any questions, and they do, then it would make, it's just equally prejudicial. This is totally normal.
The proper bounds of appropriate conduct from what I can see from here.
right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a moment.
But no, they say, I don't expect the defense to have any questions, and then they don't have any questions. Then that makes it seem like the defense doesn't have anything to say. That would be prejudicial. Jesus.
Motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Was it unusual in your practice?
All right, so this was the divorce attorney that he met with. Where are my notes? Okay, so he met with the divorce attorney. Basically, it was set up by his cousin or his brother-in-law or whatever. And he met with her, and then he didn't go through he wanted to know about what the custody arrangement would be, not child support, not alimony, nothing in regards to that. He wanted to know what the child custody thing would be like, and then she described to him fat weekends, and he was apparently not down with that.
To refer someone in Eric Richins' position.
And then she referred him to an estate planner based on his concerns. And she says, is it odd for you to send somebody to an estate planner? Because Eric didn't go through with the divorce, because she said, like, almost everyone that gets to the point of meeting with me goes through the divorce.
To a lawyer like Crystal Bowman Carter.
Yes.
Why is that unusual?
Because most people going through a divorce, in my experience.
The judge is not way too patient. The judge is fine. Everyone, I'm team judge. All right. So you can hate me. You can love me. You can hate me because you ain't me.
Experience aren't thinking beyond what that divorce might look like. They're not thinking about death or estate planning and so forth.
So one reason someone...
Okay, now we're on cross. When the defense just stepped in it over and over today.
They go to an estate planner could be to ensure that things were properly set up to provide for their family, whether they get divorced or not. Fair?
Because she just said it's odd for somebody to go to an estate planner because they're thinking about divorce. They're thinking about the next day. They're not thinking about death. And now Zelda has got to get back up there and be like, well, no, it's totally reasonable to see an estate planner if you're thinking about divorce, right?
Are you talking about this early on in a potential divorce proceeding, or just generally?
I'm asking hypothetically, well, generally first.
Yeah, people generally go establish an estate plan to make sure that if they have children, their children are taken care of, or that if they have assets, their assets are allocated the way they want upon their death.
Okay. And even though you said it's unusual, it's certainly possible that as someone is going through talking about divorce, they discover that they want to look at this now. Prior to divorce, they want to set this up. Part one of my question, is that possible?
I have never seen that, but I assume anything is possible.
Sure. And
sure. No, anything's possible. Let's get that to the jury. That's reasonable down, right? Anything's possible. Something I've never seen before could potentially happen. Reasonable down.
It's possible that someone may decide, instead of a divorce, I need to set up a way to make sure my family's taken care of. That maybe that's the more appropriate thing for me to do at this stage. That's possible.
What? What?
Well, I think you're probably comparing apples to oranges.
This wit is just... Why'd you ask this question, Zelda?
In my experience, when someone is ready to move forward with a divorce, or when a divorce has been kind of forced upon them from their other spouse, it is because I explain it to clients as two pieces of wet noodle, and we drop them on a plate, and one is the emotional divorce and one is the legal divorce, and my job is to straighten those out and keep them as separated as I can, because at touch points, when the legal divorce touches the emotional side is in chaos, and when the emotional side touches the legal side is in chaos. And so when you're going through a divorce, that in and of itself is an apple, where people are worried about what their kids' lives will look like tomorrow.
Understood.
Or next month. When you are doing estate planning.
Do you understand, Zelda?
It is, what will my kids' lives look like if I am not here, or me and my spouse are not here?
This is very different scenarios.
Like, is grandma going to take them? Is my sister going to take them?
Well, no, I know they're bad lawyers, Margarita, but it's just amazing that they keep being... Like, I can understand you make a blunder, right, because you're a bad lawyer, or you don't raise a proper objection. These idiots are actively like, well, we didn't hear the good things that we want, so we're going to keep asking her, and we're going to get even worse testimony.
And so they don't often overlap, because people in divorce don't often, in my experience, they don't even really think about their estate plan. It doesn't come up in our cases, except for a very small handful of cases.
I understand it's a very small handful, but let me just try and ask once more.
Let me go back to the trough. Let me try one more time, get the answer I want.
Sure. It's possible that while going through what a divorce is going to entail, someone can change their mind, correct?
Decide not To get a
and
divorce?
decide not to get a divorce, correct? And then it is possible that they want to go set up an estate plan, correct? Miss, that can happen.
I'm sure it can. I've never seen it happen, but I'm sure it can.
Okay. You don't, okay, I'll strike that. All right, but that's what happened here. Mr. Richins decided to see an estate planning, a lawyer who specialized in estate plans, correct?
What happened was I advised him to seek an estate planning and attorney to help him with what I perceived as his concerns at that time with regard to his finances and his children.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's a terrible answer for the defense. You just list his concerns at the time were his finances and his children. Not the primary goal of getting a divorce to get away from her. My finances and my children because I don't trust my wife. Oh my God.
Thank you. I have nothing further this time. Thank you.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Mr. Neff,
No other questions, Judge.
may we release this witness?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we release this witness?
All right, now we're going to get to the estate planner.
Yeah, sure.
You're free to go. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Am I taking the cup with you?
Of course.
And your leave the binder there if you. Oh, is that your binder?
No, I can leave it there. Okay.
Thank you. Take care of yourself. Counsel, any objection to breaking for lunch?
Correct?
What happened was
Oh, wait.
Peter.
Double that up, Peter. Sorry.
Sure.
You're free to go. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Am I taking the cup with you?
Of course.
And your leave the binder there if you.
When meeting with Eric Richins, was there something unique?
All right, let me get this timestamp in here. Sorry, I'm trying to get better at timestamps, chapters. 346. 10. Don't forget to hit that old like button. There we go.
Unique to you or something that you did for the first time in preparing his estate plan? Yeah.
Okay, so actually, I forgot to mention, I should mention earlier, there were insurance people that testified earlier in the day. One of them testified about, the exchange. Basically, each of the business partners, Eric and Cody, had $2 million life insurance on each other. And if the other one died, they would immediately have to buy the rest of the stock in the company. And then it would go to the victim or the one who died, their estate, right? So you're buying them out, essentially. Kouri, or allegedly, somebody went in and changed the death beneficiary of Cody's plan from Eric to Kouri on January 2nd, 2022. It was such a red flag because it's something that's so standard and set up, and you would like, this is just a static agreement. They went and looked at it and they saw, oh no, it was logged in by Kouri's email. And then the defense kept trying to go like, oh, well, Kouri and Eric share an email. And they're like, no. And then all these witnesses kept testifying like Eric was afraid Kouri was reading his email. That doesn't mean they share the same email. And why would Eric use a Kouri Richins email? It wasn't like Richins family at Hotmail. It was like a Kouri Richins email. It's so stupid.
There were a few things. What were those? So
then now they're talking about why it was weird that how the trust was set up.
one, he didn't want us to communicate with him by email. That happened a little bit later, but because he was worried that Kouri would be reading his emails. Two, he wanted to leave everything to his kids if possible. And at the beginning of the representation, I hadn't seen the premarital agreement. He wasn't sure if it.
No, I think Candace says, do you think she changed the beneficiary in that account just to see if she could do it? No, I think she's actually that stupid. She didn't understand it was the beneficiary of Cody dying. She was just that stupid.
It existed, but eventually.
No, she changed it right back, and then she changed it again, and then they at the office changed it back, saying this is what the hell, or maybe she did, but
communicating through his.
But it's still stupid.
His sister, as he instructed, we received the premarital agreement and saw that it
Kouri, please
unfortunately did not address all of the property. It only addressed C&E stonemasonry. So for that,
not Eric, only Kouri at email.com.
that reason, for the first time ever in my career, I had to draft around that augmented share. So we provided.
No, I don't know specifically either, but I'm saying I don't think. Well, I don't know.
At a minimum, that there would be.
She wasn't doing it just to see if she could do it. She was doing it because she wanted the benefit.
A share created for Kouri consisting of one third, the amount she would be entitled to. And the rest passed directly to his kids. That also applied to tangible personal property. He said that all his tangible personal property, things you can touch and feel, like your furniture, your jewelry, your collections, would pass directly to his sons, who were all very young at the time. And that's unusual. Usually it passes directly to the spouse.
This will be so easy for my family. I don't own anything in here. I own the computer, my pillow, maybe my backpack, suitcase, and the drum set in the garage. And the lawn equipment, of course. Because that's misogynistic of me to say, right? But I'm the only one who uses it.
I think there was one other thing that
and the TV. The TV's mine. TV downstairs. It's a 2016 TV, so it's like 10 years old right now. But
I'll come to it.
If it comes to you, let me know. Mm-hmm. So I want to turn your attention now to those estate.
I don't have to claim ownership over the cats. I'm just going to walk out and they're just going to... They'll make the decisions.
Planning documents that you reference that you prepare when doing estate plans for most people. And for Eric Richins, did you prepare a living will?
A living will? A healthcare directive?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also prepare a trust?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to...
Oh, yes. This was also interesting because of the living will saying he wanted to be buried and Kouri was trying to cremate him.
Take a look at Exhibit 4-11. We'll put it up on the screen for you. If you could scroll through it, Scott. Do you recognize? So you mentioned that a trust, the trustee was Eric while he was alive,
yes.
And then he chose someone else to be a trustee in the event of his death.
This is going to be mostly cross here at this end of this.
Is that correct?
He did. That would be at Article 3.
Okay. Who did Eric choose as his trustee?
He chose his sister. Well, he chose a couple of successors. His sister, Kouri Richins Benson. And then I'm going to see who he chose as this. And then it was Katie that he chose as his first successor trustee. And I believe it was Clint as the second.
What is a trustee?
The trustee.
And even if they make their decisions incorrectly, I assume I will be meeting up on the side of the road to take delivery of a cat that will not stop. Like that.
He's the person who has legal title to the assets in the trust and is charged with managing those assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the trust in the way that the trust says.
In your experience, was it unusual for someone who was married to not choose their spouse as a trustee?
Yes.
Dexter's kind of dumb. He doesn't realize what's going on all the time. But
what effect did the trust have on Eric Richins' property?
While he was alive, he could still do anything he wanted.
Exactly.
Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call?
Interesting. Candace says Mormons generally do not want cremation because your body should be whole for when you're lifted up at the second coming. Now, I didn't say that, and I don't want any criticism or hatred brought on me about Mormon beliefs. Thank you.
Call from a sheriff's deputy that day.
Yeah, later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as a sheriff's deputy.
I think Christian Reformed also thinks the same thing, though. So,
and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
How many cats do I have? Too many.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to...
More than zero. Too many.
Explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, this would be Chloe. Chloe is a mom. She's a mama's girl, right? But I feel like she's just playing both of us because she only likes humans that lay down, that she can lay on, and she will just constantly go when her humans are missing, and then you've got this guy.
What you saying, boy? You shoot a boy. We don't care who you shot. We talking money, round rich. We don't care what you got. Bitch, I got 6 dead hit.
This guy.
Boy, I don't give a fuck. Especially when I'm lit. Real shit. It's in the bitch to line you up. Boy, I don't chit chat. When I click clack, I might ask what's up. Pull up in the Aston, pull up in the hoopty, then you.
I have to. You could have an attorney on retainer for this guy.
Hit everybody, sent everybody, let him right there where they stand. You ain't spraying nothing, you ain't laying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. Till you do some niggas out here putting that work in. And I'm cool like that cup I put my perp in. You ain't about the strap, you ain't about that knife. You ain't about that life. You ain't about that gangsta. You ain't about that. When it's on, we at your
These eyes are no joke.
You ain't about that, right? You ain't about that life, that gangsta.
He will
about that.
He will make biscuits on you until you're black and blue.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid. She was upset.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the best part. So we don't get the throat punch in about her punching Amy in the throat, but we get this.
The trust, and that's what I told her.
When you were explaining to...
And who asked me to talk to Kouri.
Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Yeah, later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as a sheriff's deputy and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid. She was
not positively is as best as the defense is going to get.
Upset, and she said, "What is wrong with you people?" and handed the phone back to the...
You people? Is that an insult to Mormons, white people, her relatives, non-murderers? Like, you could take the pick of the gamut, right? What is wrong with you non-murderers?
Officer, I believe.
When having this conversation with Kouri Richins, was it your impression that she was unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
It is not speculation. Go ahead and clear it up, prosecution, because you know what you're doing. The defense does. I'm looking at this now. I'm zooming in on Gungan's coat. Is this literally like sheet music with like notes on it? That's almost what it looks like to me.
Probably a little foundation.
What could you
Do you know how difficult it is to be in my brain every day?
tell from your conversation with Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house?
She told me that the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers. And obviously, if she thought that, then she was unaware of the estate plan and that the trust owned the house.
Yeah, he did own the house prior to the marriage. It was never hers. And as the state attorney just said, when she said the house is mine, well, obviously she didn't know about the trust agreement because the house wasn't hers. And that's why she was reacting. So what's wrong with all you people, right? If she hadn't said, like, the house is mine, Kouri's the worst criminal ever.
When were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
It's like an objection here. And this is actually interesting. I remember this. Okay, so listen carefully. Listen to this. Listen to this.
When were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
Wow. I know it's sustained, but that is interesting, don't you think? A bankruptcy attorney reached out to her on March 8th, 4 days after Eric died. Meaning she was already going into the bankruptcy proceeding. Why are you hiring a bankruptcy? Hire an estate attorney. Why is it a bankruptcy attorney? Not confused over the fact that she would be in bankruptcy, but that is she instantly hired a bankruptcy attorney because I believe she wants this is my own speculation. I believe she instantly went to him and be like, look, my husband's dead. I've got insurance. I've got assets coming to me, but I also have a lot of debt. I want to make sure that I can just get rid of that debt and not have it take away from the money I'm going to be getting from my estate from my dead husband. Right? Doesn't that make a lot more sense than her finally acquiescing to, oh, I'm bankrupt. Oh, I got to face the music. No. She was saying, how can I protect my new money I'm going to get from my old decisions I've made? That's what reads the most accurate to me based on Kouri.
Sure.
Yes. File the bankruptcy before you get the money, right? Because then the debt collectors do not have access to that new source of cash flow. And then maybe we draw that out. Right? We don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. You love the way my brain thinks. Thank God. Well, there's always somebody. No, I don't think she was going to sell the house at all. I think she was the bankruptcy attorney. Like, listen, well, actually, we get into it here.
Good attention service.
Because they specifically say to her, like, can you hold off on probate court? Want to make sure, don't sell the house, don't do anything on the house, right?
And
yeah, mistrial. She said bankruptcy. I mean, this is all. I thought of something earlier where they would try and say bankruptcy, or not bankruptcy, mistrial. Maybe it was this. Maybe, but again, well, okay, well, but she was going bankrupt, right? So that wouldn't have been a fictitious statement. And according to your theory, she was not doing this for any money. So overruled.
I believe that was it.
So he was contacting you in reference to the estate plan. Is that right?
Possibly. I don't.
You're all just agreeing with each other. And I don't know the original point you're agreeing to.
He was talking about the house that was in the estate plan. Is that right?
Yes.
That's actually the most competent thing she did. She didn't call the life insurance right away. And she thought, oh, that's going to get me, under the radar. But your husband of 39 years old suddenly died in the middle of the night while you're asking for pills from all these other people. And it was the night before your financial Armageddon was going to land.
Did you, after that email exchange...
And you needed him to die after you closed. You knew you were getting the property, but before he found out.
On March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan.
Well, yeah. Whitney Marie says they really expected everyone just to believe that right when Kouri needed the money and right before her vacation with her boyfriend, Eric just happened to die. Well, that doesn't mean it's not possible.
I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked.
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked that, and because I had.
All right. This is what it was. I thought they would do mistrial over this. They might still do it because they're idiots.
Become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure.
Did you, after that email exchange on March...
Objection. And then they go sidebar, which I cut out.
On March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan.
It's beyond the luckiest woman in the world. It would be... Buying a lotto ticket and winning it would be less suspicious than this.
I pointed out several things, including that the will called for a burial.
No, I just said the lottery. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, the lottery ticket would have been less suspicious, but she wouldn't have won it.
And asked.
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked that, and because I had become aware that Kouri was
Everyone has shown more emotion than Kouri.
seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Well, taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear. So I'll sustain it. Lay some more.
You know what? I added this thought today as well. She's going for like a Julia Roberts kind of thing. Anyone else feel me on that? She's going for like a Julia Roberts, like Steel Magnolia, kind of look, being like, That's who I think. I think that's who Kouri thinks she is. She thinks she is the young Julia Roberts. Unfortunately, she has no talent, no money, and a terrible sense for business, despite getting a master's.
Sure. So, one of the documents that you responsive.
Well, taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear. So I'll sustain it. Lay some more penalty.
Sure. So, one of the documents that you provided
Nobody's going to jump on the Julia Roberts bandwagon here.
to Mr. Nate was the will. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you provided him the will was so that he was aware of Eric Richins' wishes as it concerned his burial.
Yes.
I don't know who Shelby is, but is that who was in Steel Magnolia? Jennifer Connelly? No. Jennifer Connelly was cold. She doesn't want to be Jennifer Connelly. She wants to be a Julia Roberts.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
When?
John Kate says, and doesn't know the difference between your and you are. Well, she doesn't know the difference between WRITES rights and RIGHTS rights. Oh, shit. Shelby, is that the one she died? Oh, because she does like die of like a diabetes shock or something with pregnancy. I never saw the movie. My mom had it on VHS. Okay. I just take these pearls from the, pop culture reference cloud.
When did that happen?
March 14th.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
Maybe it's the look I see in like Notting Hill. Maybe that's a look, or like whenever it looks in like Closer. Maybe that's what I see. I don't know.
When did that happen?
March 14th
Of 2022?
Only 10 days after Eric's death.
In your experience, is that first? I'll ask two questions about opening probate. Was that a typical time frame for those events to happen?
No, that wasn't a typical time frame.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I didn't quote my best friend's wedding where she's competing against Cameron Diaz for whatever his name is, and she's walking by with pictures of beers and be like, "I got moves you've never seen." It's just rom-com slop.
Well, a couple of reasons. Usually people need to get through the services and grieve a little bit. If the property is secure, there's no reason to open probate right away. But in this case, Eric had a fully funded trust. I never would have opened probate if we were just administering the trust. That's the whole reason you have a trust, is to avoid having to go to court, make everything public.
And so when you're saying the time frame was not typical, it was quicker than usual. Is that fair?
Yes, it was much quicker than usual. And with a
By the way, this is direct again.
trust, I just wouldn't have opened probate. If at all, I would have opened probate a year after the death, after creditors' claims had been cut off.
And so you opened probate quickly because there was some urgency, in your view?
Yes. Eric had...
I'm not saying rom-coms are bad. I'm saying bad rom-coms are terrible. All right? Okay, you know what? I love Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Suck it. I loved There's Something About Mary. Suck it. I loved Notting Hill. Suck it. I loved, what else? I liked Closer. Suck it. But that wasn't a rom-com. It was terrible. I loved she's just not that into you. Suck it. I loved Okay, maybe I'll just stop saying suck it.
Can I explain why?
Please lay some foundation for how she knows whatever she's about to say.
Well, sure. Did you,
I loved Bridesmaids. Suck it.
can we approach? I don't want.
No, I didn't like How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days because I was very compared to Matthew McConaughey at the time. I think he's in that, isn't he? I think I even saw it with my parents in the theater. Oh my God. But I was just like, I liked Crazy Stupid Love. Parts of it. Most of it was stupid. But while you were sleeping, saw it in the theater. Driven there. 8th grade. We had, because you don't have a license, you got a caravan there, right? We had to do that. Can we get back to the trial? Hairball yarn? Yeah, we can, but I just can't. Heathers? No, didn't watch that. Hear me out. People thought you were all right. No. Pelican Brief? I love Pelican Brief. All right. I also loved The Firm. The sound is not cut out here. You've Got Mail was a great movie. It was great. Loved it. Saw it.
Without telling
Go ahead. Keep hitting me in the chat. What's the movies you got?
us any specific statements or what anybody said.
The Notebook. What do you want? The Notebook is actually the first movie I watched with my wife. It was on DVR or not DVR, Comcast On Demand, right? That was the first movie I saw with my wife.
Why did you open probate so quickly?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place of that.
P.S. I Love You with Gerard Butler, Hilary Swank, and if I could just breathe. No. Never. And if you lose me at the trailer, that's it.
Kouri Richins, Benson, would have the ability to manage the probate estate, make decisions.
Obviously, Aliens.
Make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will,
Legally Blonde. I found it very entertaining.
And I neglected
I'm not
to
saying
check.
Heather's
Have I
wasn't good.
admitted
I haven't
Exhibit
seen it.
4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness. Did we?
I'm sorry, wrong one. No, it wasn't me. Your Honor.
I just didn't have a note there.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bowman Carter. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins today. All right, so I want to talk with you about the.
All right, so now we're into cross
revocation.
We're down to 185. Yeah, I guess this is probably the last stream of this channel. I guess. Remember to hit the like if you haven't already. So you can remember you were here for the last stream. No, I know it's got what's her name, Winona Ryder in it. Exactly. No, the only thing I like is Frankie Valli's song at the beginning of Grease. Grease is the word.
Documents that you talked about with Ms. Shermanak. Could we please bring up 4-13?
Long Kiss Goodbye, also awesome. Samuel L. Jackson and what's her name? I can't remember. Incredible.
An admitted, Your Honor. Okay. I can see it.
Later.
Right. And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of
Alley
it,
Girl.
the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did.
Yes, Gina Davis. Yeah, badass. Scars all over her fucking forehead. Yep.
Revoke this power of attorney, correct?
See, you think I all don't know pop culture, and I'm just like, no. I've got a large catalog and a large library. But let's watch the defense step in a big pile of shit here.
And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. Oh my God. That's the one with Mark Wahlberg, isn't it? Fuck that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that you all did.
So the defense is going like, well, you never revoked this power of attorney that she instated, huh?
Ended up not revoking it.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
So, spoiler alert, the entire factual situation is they didn't sign this specific version of it. But then they did another version and signed that to revoke it. And the attorney is trying to get it being like, well, yeah, you never revoked it, huh? You never revoked it, huh? Listen to this stupidity.
And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect. Stop asking questions.
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that you all ended up not revoking it.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it. Mm-hmm. So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned
Good night, cuckoo-loos.
revoking all previous powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything.
No, another revocation got signed apart from
Another revocation got signed.
the durable power of attorney that is signed.
Okay.
Apart from this durable power of attorney. Another revocation got signed. Stop digging in this hole.
And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking, but didn't ever sign this document, was May the
Walk the Line is a great movie.
8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer.
This power of attorney was revoked. And then Gungan goes like, I'm trying to get you to say something else that I want you to say.
Your words, I'm trying to use like normal words, just to make sure we're clear.
This witness is 100% clear on what you're saying, you moron.
So revoke just means we can't use it anymore, right?
Right. It's taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. So to your understanding, this power of attorney there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right, but circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. You can.
Oh my God. This is so bad.
Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up until now, till he saw you in 2020.
That is my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this first time I learned of it.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Well, normal words as opposed to the words that they want the jury to hear. Oh my, I've seen so many terrible. The General's Daughter with John Travolta, no, thank you. 51st Dates with Adam Sandler, no, thank you. I don't know what else I saw here, but don't ever sleep on my pop culture knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like, right?
How does this help your case? How does this help your case, ma'am? You are arguing that he tried to limit the descriptive language of what your client did in actuality. How does this help you? Reservoir Dogs is great.
Do you remember that? JustHearMeowt.
I mean, I've played, well, maybe I'll play it out at the end of the stream, this scene.
I'll read your thing. That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Which is why it's a problem that's coming in through you.
Well, no, I want my client, I want Kouri's statements to come in.
I'll lay a little more foundation.
We're dropping viewers. Yeah, people don't like this.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri could it be trusted to utilize it well?
What the is that question?
Yes. And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Because she had she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
How do you elicit this statement from a witness? Please, dear God, yes, Alpha Dog was good as well. But listen to this. This is terrible. This is what I'm talking about. The prosecution does not need to ask questions because the defense doesn't know what the answer is going to be and just say, well, you could do this and you could do this. Yeah. She just said stole $250,000. What are you doing?
Could it be trusted to utilize it?
Okay, wait. Here we go.
That it existed before was that Kouri could it be trusted to utilize it well?
Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well.
Yes. And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Oh my God. I don't understand that. What is the good answer out of this questions, man? What is the good answer out of this question? That he wanted to control her? That's what you think the witness is going to say? What is the best possible answer that this witness could say? Because I can't think of anything better than he wanted to control her. What did you think was going to happen other than what happened?
Because she had she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Jesus. Ma'am, what the hell?
Totally fair. And
totally fair is the response. You were a bad lawyer, man.
Isn't it also true that it was your understanding that Kouri's business acumen or business skills were...
Business skills? Business skills, ma'am? She lost $1.6 million.
Less than fantastic because she was young and inexperienced.
Less than fantastic is very generous.
I have no personal knowledge about Kouri's business acumen and skills.
And why are you asking this witness when they're going to just keep saying, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Did you make that statement in your prior interview to the police?
I repeated what Eric told me about her business acumen and skills.
Yeah. Okay. Defense. I know you read in the transcript that she said this, but she has just explained that she heard that from Eric. Don't press this.
Okay. And what was your understanding of that?
I had no understanding of her business acumen and skills.
Well, what'd you tell the police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was...
Oh my God. Oh my God. What? So you were just trying to cram this hearsay evidence in here. The victim's statements of being like, yeah, she doesn't have any business acumen. It's not impeaching this witness. It is sinking your client.
What? That she was misusing the power of attorney. That I wanted to.
Yeah, Billie Jean. She doesn't know when to stop. Like, what are you talking about? Stop this. The defense. This is terrible.
It includes stronger language and it's a state line more protective.
The attorney is saying, like, I wanted to make it more serious, but he didn't. Meaning he was not vindictive. So your whole narrative of the Richins family trying to do some vindictive bull and Eric having all this money and controlling Kouri. Eric was actively still trying to protect her while trying to protect his assets from Kouri stealing them.
I was surprised that he was willing to. He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing. Great.
Yeah. meaning he was keeping the marriage together for the children. How did that work out for you, defense? Did you like that answer, you moron?
Thank you. Was there also...
Stop asking questions.
When you decided to add the house to the trust, did you do any investigation into whether Mrs. Richins had been contributing to the mortgage throughout the marriage?
I thought this was a valid question until the response. And then I'm just like, these attorneys don't know what these are just scatter shots. They don't know what the answer is going to be. And most of the time it's bad.
I did not. It wasn't relevant.
Okay.
I did not. It wasn't relevant. So if it's not relevant, why did you ask the question, a defense attorney? Because they can say it wasn't relevant as a default.
When you said that all of Mr. Richins' personal property was poured into the trust, did you do any investigation into whose funds purchased all that personal property?
Wouldn't matter if it was gifts, but no, I didn't.
But defense, do you have any evidence that Kouri ever made money? Because I've seen none of it. I've seen zero evidence that Kouri ever made money. All she did was take out loans, spend it, take out more loans, spend it, take out more loans, spend it, and then occasionally she would get a return on a debt investment that was not underwater. But it was always loan spending, loan spending, loan spending, loan spending, payday loans. So you're going to have to provide some information that Kouri was actually like a baller here.
So, for example, the furniture in the living room. Do you know whether Kouri purchased it with her money or Eric purchased it with his money or it was joint money? Do you even know?
No. How could I know?
Okay.
What money did Kouri have?
And you made no effort to find out.
The assignment that Eric signed transferred his personal property.
Right. So you took his word for what was his personal property as opposed to what was hers?
I didn't have to take his word. He was only transferring what was his personal property.
Okay. And did he give you an inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay. So
No, ma'am.
you didn't know.
Well, there's a worksheet and he listed some things, like his guns. But he didn't prepare a very specific inventory. I just prepared an assignment that he signed, transferring all of his personal property to his trust, as is customary.
So that would ultimately be decided probably by the trustee, whether she was trying to divvy up the proceeding.
Oh, the trustee connected to the Richins family? Oh my God.
This is required.
Kouri would probably have receipts for the stuff she bought, which is, yeah, probably nothing.
Into the trust, whether that couch was bought by Kouri or that couch was bought by Eric.
That's likely.
And you didn't give any guidance to that in the trust.
And I doubt the estate is going to worry about a couch. They're not talking about couch. Kouri is going after the cash, not couches. She wants that cash.
The document itself.
What are you asking?
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was just all of
Ma'am, she just said that it wasn't there.
my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household furnishings were his personal property?
No, I said all of my household furnishings in effect, meaning all of Eric's household furnishings in effect.
Gotcha. Okay. You also, the trust.
So Kouri wants to deduct IKEA futon or some bookshelf or something against the $400,000 she stole from Eric. Okay.
Documents that you drafted, it's pretty common that you do with something called a statement of intent, right?
No, it's not common at all.
So it was unusual that you did that.
Yes.
Katie, can you pull up 412, page 1-2, section 103? This is in, Your Honor. We could publish.
There you go.
And can you blow up the statement of my intent? So this is the part you said is unusual for you to do.
I mean, it's not unusual to, trust will have them, but for me, I typically don't include one unless there's a reason.
So did you have a reason for including this?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it's something the client wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And the language in here states that the intent
The victim.
of the trust is to provide for both Mrs. Richins and the children throughout their lifetime, right?
Right. We revised that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down. Did there come a time, you mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. They
didn't share an email account. This is so stupid that her name was on the email. Why wouldn't her name be on the email that she used for her business?
E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
Right. We revised that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down. Did there come a time, you mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. It was E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
It was not because they shared an
Why would Kouri use E. Richins' email?
email. What he told me was not because they shared an email account. It was because she snooped in his email.
Yeah. Not good.
Okay. So she had access to his email at least.
I don't know. That's what he told me.
Okay. And were you aware at that time that he was consulting a divorce attorney?
Yes.
All right. So when you previously said it's very unusual to not put your spouse as a trustee, if the individual was considering divorce, that wouldn't be unusual to put someone other than your spouse, would it?
No, that wouldn't be unusual.
Okay. And was there a time?
Yeah. Okay. So he was considering getting a divorce. That's why he had somebody else as a trustee. Doesn't mean that they weren't, years later, there wasn't some trust issue going on, right? I mean, look.
Just before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
What the hell is this?
Where you accidentally did notice.
I'm going to play it again.
Just before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
Ronnie should just join the defense team.
Notify Kouri of something.
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Kouri Richins, Kay Richins, and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
After I spoke to Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And in that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022.
Right.
The same day I talked to Kouri.
And just talking about that conversation you had with Kouri, so this is less than 48 hours after her husband has died, right? Give or take.
Yes.
I love this fake emotional affect going on. It's less than 40 hours after your husband has died.
And your purpose of your conversation was at Katie Benson Richins' request?
No, it was the police's request.
Okay. And
again, asking questions she doesn't know the answer to. This is a terrible. This is possibly one of the worst defense performances I've ever seen.
And what you told her before she got very, very upset was the house that you live in.
Beyond pro se, right? Lori Dable, pro se, she's an idiot. She's going to just ask questions. Being, are you sure they were bullet holes? Couldn't it have been like, but if there was a tire iron, couldn't it have made holes in the door? Why didn't they keep the window for forensic analysis? Like pro se bullshit, right? But this is an actual attorney.
Is not yours.
Did the header say idiot brother Ronnie? Yeah, on the yeah, we did that. If anyone's wondering about the full Ronnie interview, it's in the Wag the Dog episode.
Just before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
Because that video, the Walk the Dog letter video has the Walk the Dog letter and then the follow-up jail phone call between Ronnie and Kouri, which I, of course, with wig, act both of them out. And then we had Ronnie's presser after it. So if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
Yeah, it's possible the bamboo shirt could have protected him. This is such a stupid question.
That you live in is not yours.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Uh-huh. And now, defense, come back with it.
Okay. So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
Well, we also heard in the defense opening, like, this is the moment we hear somebody change from a wife to being a widow. And she's like, Yeah. Tough shit, Kouri. You're out. You don't have the house. You are a widow. And you should be that shocked because, like, at a minimum, you should be like if you didn't understand he preset this up, being like, oh, shit. I am on the hook for 1.3 million. I didn't know that it was set up this way. Right?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
Oh, so you weren't telling a widow that? No, ma'am, because she had just throat punched her sister-in-law.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric waiting on her somewhere?
Oh my God.
No, but I told her that he had that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her in his estate plan.
And therefore, she punched her sister-in-law in the throat.
Okay.
But that's not really why she punched her sister-in-law in the throat, because she wanted the house, because she wanted the money.
And if I understand your previous testimony correctly, you never actually asked her, what did you know about all this before he passed, did you?
No.
Right.
No? Why would I ask that?
So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was,
ma'am, when she violently attacks her sister-in-law over learning she doesn't have control of the house, and you just asked her a question saying you were informing a widow that she was going to be kicked out of the house because it was in the trust, that indicates she doesn't know there's a trust.
apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Kouri Richins knew before?
She has a brain, ma'am. She lives and breathes. She has a brain.
Before his death, that there was.
Look at Kouri right here. Just being like,
Right. So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Kouri Richins knew before his death that there was a trust in place?
No, it was apparent she didn't.
No, I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay.
No, I don't understand. That proves the motive for murder. She's asking, do you have any personal knowledge that she knew the trust was in place? No. That proves Kouri had motive. What is this bullshit?
I want to talk about the intake form that.
Oh, yeah. Brittany Allen, I would have paid money to see Kouri's face when Kitty told her about the trust. I would pay $1,000 to see that body cam. Easy. Even if it's just not even playing on here, it's just my own personal collection, like $1,000 iTunes movie. I want to see it.
Ms. Shervanack went over with you. If we could please pull up 4-9.
Because it would be endlessly hilarious.
It's also been admitted, Your Honor. And if we could scroll.
And then I'd like put it in my trust, saying, well, you give this to the world upon my death. And then my family, upon my death, attacks the police and be like, I didn't know the Kouri Richins video was part of the trust. And they attack the cops. And then they can be, pay it forward.
Forward till we get to the page where he lists his assets. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. Your Honor, can we blow this up just a little bit, that top half, so we can see it? Right, so this is the section where you ask the client to list, I guess, what they're worth, right?
Yeah, that is a summary of the assets listed on previous pages.
Okay. And Mr. Richins, it looks like, wasn't sure about stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement, and somebody directed you to ask Freckleton, right?
That's pretty common. Clients don't want to fill everything out, and he knew Brian Freckleton had worked with me before on the buy-sell agreement. He said, talk to him about that stuff.
But he does say that they had $100,000 in bank and savings accounts.
Exactly. Whitney Marie, why didn't they keep the window for forensic analysis? Why didn't they keep the tire iron to see if there was possibly, that was the cause of the bullet holes in the Lori Daybell attempted assassination trial. Kenomi 2.0, new member. Thank you very much for joining. Welcome.
At the time?
That's what this document says.
And go ahead and check out that members only content. Remember, members content is available for $1 a month. I feel like I put more effort into most channels memberships with members only content where they just kind of like go, I'm going to do this with the channel only. No, I put exclusive content over there, stuff that I have to remove from the internet. But you get to see it for only $1.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time?
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay. $65,000 in vehicles?
That's what this document says.
And $30,000 in furniture and personal items?
I love the pronoun correction. Go on.
$100,000 in bank and savings accounts at the time?
That's what this document says.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time?
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay.
You said they, defense attorney. He said he.
Okay. $65,000 in vehicles?
That's what this document says.
And $30,000 in furniture and personal items?
That's what this document says.
And $1 million in real property?
Yes, that's what this document says.
And it looks like he's valuing his business, at least his share of the business, at about $3 million?
That's what this document says.
All right. And that he had some anticipated inheritance, not a ton, but some.
Right? That's what this document says.
So his best estimate of his net worth was about $4.6 million if you don't include stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement plans.
Yeah, that's exactly another point, John Gate. We saw that couch. Where she was sitting like a 2-year-old, like crying with her matching jammies. We saw it.
That's what this document says.
So as long as he's alive, I believe you said that he could do whatever he wanted with any of the money that was assigned into the trust, right?
Oh, here comes the sickest burn. This is the best.
Yes. Because it's revocable.
Yes.
So as long as he's alive, he can share any of this money that he wants with his wife.
He can make gifts to whoever he wants.
And he can share 100%, 0.5%, whatever he wants as far as his monthly income, right? With his wife.
I'm not sure what.
So nothing about a revocable trust prohibits him from, if he's making $33,000 a month, giving his wife half of that or more.
But was he? But wait for it.
He can do whatever he wants with his property.
And if he lived to be 70, he could give her as much as he wanted until he's 70, right? No matter what the trust says.
Like I said, he can do whatever he wants with his property.
But the minute he dies, Katie Richins Benson decides how much money, if any, Kouri Richins gets, right?
Well, the successor trustee, who happens to be Katie Richins Benson, has to follow the rules of the trust set by the grantor, who is Eric. So no, Katie can't do whatever she wants with the money. She has to follow the rules of the trust.
Totally fair. And you're right.
We're set by Eric Richins.
But
why would you ask that question? So Eric, as long as he's alive, can give Kouri all the money she wants. But as soon as he dies, then Katie Richins has to follow the rules of the trust, which would exclude Kouri. Why on God's earth would you ask that question, defense attorney?
he's the one who will decide from the moment he dies forward whether, if, how much Kouri gets any of Eric's money.
Yes.
Yes, and it's already written that she's not going to get it.
That's what Eric wanted.
Eric wanted to cut Kouri out. Look at this. I didn't even see this the first time. Look at this person's reaction on the far left underneath Eric's sister.
Yes, that's what Eric wanted.
She's just like,
and
she's experiencing the same frustration I am.
If, hypothetically, Kouri Richins knew about the existence of the trust, she would know that as well.
I don't know what Kouri would know from reading the trust.
But that's what the trust says in plain black and white in the paper, right?
Can you repeat what you're saying the trust says?
Yep.
Oh, I get it, defense. Oh, my God. What they're trying to say is Kouri wouldn't want to kill Eric if she knew about the trust, because then she wouldn't have any money. So therefore, she must have known about the trust to not be wanting to kill him. Yet, she throat punched her sister-in-law and didn't understand that the house was in the trust and didn't understand that the trust existed. So what the are you talking about, defense?
That.
Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
Your Honor, calls for speculation. She does that. She can't answer as to what Kouri.
Sustain.
The trust, if someone had a copy of it, lays clearly out what we've just discussed, that as
Well, she got the copy after he died.
long as Eric's alive, he can do whatever he wants with his money. Once he dies, it's up to Katie.
Like I said already, it's not completely up to Katie. She's the trustee of the trust. She has legal title to those assets, and she has to follow the rules of the trust, which say she has to give Kouri a certain income, that Kouri can come to her and ask for distributions of.
No, okay, wait. The woman, not the woman rolling her eyes. The woman to the right of the rolling eyes woman. The redhead, that's Eric's sister. That's Katie.
Principal for health, education, maintenance, and support. This trust was primarily to protect the boys.
Did you ever advise Katie in her role as trustee, since you drafted the trust papers? Did you ever give her any explanation about her duties or talk to her about what she could and couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's
Oh, well, Gungan doesn't understand that.
your client?
She was my client.
Here we
And
go.
after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death?
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Katie Richins Benson?
Oh, my God. Oh. This is such a weak burger argument that people are paid. Yes, they are paid, but if they don't sound like idiots, then it doesn't matter. She can be paid by me. She's not going to say anything about my life, right?
I waived my fees.
You waived your fees.
Oh, Gungan. Gungan, that doesn't work, right? Let's hear that again, Gungan.
Couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death?
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Katie Richins Benson?
I waived my fees.
This is what I'm talking about. The defense does not know the answer to the questions they're asking. This is so bad. It's so bad because they're not just doing a one-off and they got some bad information, they chase it down. This happens every day. This happens every day. They are asking questions that get bad responses or not the responses they want. And if they think they have a response they want, they keep pressing it and they just keep getting worse and worse responses.
You waived your fees. So you're her lawyer for free?
I'm not her lawyer anymore.
Okay. How long were you her lawyer?
I was her lawyer through, I think I formally withdrew in June. She needed a firm that had more capacity than I had with just me.
When you opened the probate, were you then responsible for any pleadings that came in and out of the probate matter? Would you have gotten copies of them?
Look at Bloodsworth. He's so bored in the background.
I opened probate. I drafted the probate pleadings.
Right. So if, for example, Kouri had asked Katie after Eric's death, can you please pay the mortgage for the next year out of the trust? That request would have gone through the probate, right?
No.
Okay, so how would it have gone?
Do you understand how probate works? I don't know how it works, but you keep asking it like you do. But if you don't, why are you asking this question?
He was the trustee of the trust. That is not subject to probate.
Okay. So do you have any personal knowledge whether whether Kouri Richins ever asked Katie?
It's so fun. Yuck yucks, huh? Gungan?
Katie Richins for any distributions. Do you have any personal knowledge?
Your objection, Ms. Sherman.
Calls for hearsay. Kouri's statements to Katie.
Yeah, only if it's, so would you exclude Kouri's statements, but re-ask your question?
Without saying.
And so here we can see on a wide pan, this goes back to the earlier defense argument that he's making faces at the jury. He's probably, if he's looking to the side, making faces at his co-counsel over here and being like, are these idiots are they for real? Most of the faces he makes are behind Gungan or Zelda.
Anything Kouri ever said, which, by the way, it sounds like you didn't communicate with Kouri anyway. But were you aware in your role as the person assisting the trustee, whether...
And the digital evidence guy is back there being like, is my mouse charged? Do I have to change my batteries? Let me check out my game on boardgamearena.com.
Any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins?
But you should be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay.
Look at those thick glasses. You're not going to out-duel this woman, ma'am.
Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal.
I'm not mocking this woman for having thick glasses. What I'm saying is, you don't on with her, right? She knows what she's talking about, bro.
Request to the trustee.
What?
How dare you call me bro? We're having phone sex.
I'm going to suck on your nipples.
In writing or legally.
Request for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay.
Yeah, get your posters together, Gungan, with your little sheet music jacket there. Look at Zelda in the background there and be like, She always has the face of,
You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
Yeah, I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me, and some of his.
Now, here, all right, again, she just said bankruptcy lawyer. She objected earlier, and then the prosecution didn't say bankruptcy lawyer on re-asking the question. Why is she saying bankruptcy lawyer?
His claims about the way the property was titled, so I looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I
Oh my God.
just was curious, so I looked him up to
Well, why else would you hire a bankruptcy lawyer?
see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
But
why are you eliciting this testimony?
he wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called.
Yeah, he was just a bankruptcy attorney, but then being like, your bestie being like, hey, let's let her, grieve over this. It has nothing to do with me being a bankruptcy attorney. That's not why she found me. What are you doing?
I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, give her, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
Right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't.
Yeah, why would you think there's a bankruptcy matter going on with a bankruptcy attorney? Are you serious? That's how you diffuse this? Moron.
Correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then you also said that you told this lawyer that Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And in fact, Eric was buried, correct?
Yeah, but she tried to have him cremated.
I believe so.
Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her. It was a
For the record, as an accountant, I've never been close with any of my clients. Except Tom Brady. What's up, bro?
professional relationship.
Okay. How often did you talk to her?
When
you were her lawyer?
As needed.
Daily, weekly?
And Lil Wayne. Lil Weezy. Yeah.
Monthly?
I think it was daily at first.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute here.
And Bill Gates, I guess, but I kind of like not returned his text since the whole Epstein thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, please move away this box mistake.
Anything further, Mr. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman-Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so that's it for today. Sorry, it was 5 hours, but it was a good day. It was jam-packed. Lots of stuff. I think we heard a lot of evidence.
Just before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful.
They were wonderful. They're the best spot they ever could have been. But we heard all the all the text messages between her and her lover, and it just seems like if Kouri doesn't take the at this point, if Kouri doesn't take the stand with all the damage the defense has done to this case, I'm really looking forward to their case and seeing what the hell they're going to do, because it's going to be more of the same shenanigans. But I don't see how Kouri doesn't testify if she thinks she's going to get off. She believes she's going to deliver and, make fools out of us all. So we're going to hit the Owizo outro, and then we're going to do the Dexter outro after that. Thank you again. Remember to hit like and subscribe. We'll be back here again tomorrow night for day 9. Hit up Suma tomorrow for the day 9 live. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone, again. Okay. Bye.
What you saying, boy? You a shooter, boy? We don't care who you shot. We talking money, round rich. We don't care what you got. Bitch, I got 6 dead hit. Boy, I don't give a f. Especially when I'm lit. Real shit. This is the bitch to line you up. Boy, I don't chit chat. When I click clack, I might ask what's up. Pull up in the Aston, pull up in the hoopty, then you just give up. Talking about rapid fire, automatic. Damn, hit everybody, sent everybody, let them right there where they stand. You ain't spraying nothing, you ain't laying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. Till you do some niggas out here putting that work in. And I'm cool like that cup I put my perp in. You ain't about the strap, you ain't about that knife. You ain't about that life. You ain't about that gangsta. You ain't about that. When it's on, we at your broad day or night. You ain't about that, right? You ain't about that life, that gangsta. We about that.